Ali Khamenei has united the people. Very good. Suddenly they've all become supermen. But America is going to continue to thrash them till they submit. While Israel will continue to decimate Hezbollah in Lebanon. This is my understanding. In the next 2 or 3 days, we'll get another chance to talk to you. Then we'll figure out whether what I'm saying makes sense or I'm totally basing myself on.
Hello viewers, a very good morning. India's defense story is entering a transformative new era powered by indigenous innovation, cutting-edge emerging technology and a rapidly expanding defense industrial ecosystem. As the nation accelerates its journey towards strategic self-reliance and the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, Republic brings together the policymakers, defense leaders, innovators, industry pioneers shaping the future of national security. So join us, 18th July is the date in New Delhi for Republic Defense Forces First Conclave, Bharat, the defense powerhouse, where the spotlight will be on next generation military technology, advanced defense platforms, indigenous capabilities, and the government and industry partnerships driving India's tech transformation. Stay tuned for insightful conversations, exclusive perspectives, and the ideas that will define the future of India's defense ecosystem. It's time for the headlines. Top headlines we're tracking right now. Viewers, one dead, many fear trapped after under construction building collapsed in Delhi's Rohini. Search and rescue operations are underway. Iran launches retaliatory strikes. Iranian media claims US bases in Kuwait and Bahrain are hit in strikes. Trump loses the Iranian plot, says do not want any kind of deal with Iran, cannot let lunatics have nuclear weapons. Republic investigation forces Meta to issue detailed response on CSAM content. Meta goes all defensive and refuses to take ownership. Prime Minister Modi is on a 3-day official visit to Australia. PM Modi participated in the India-Australia CEO Forum and Economic Roadmap Business Reception. And viewers, getting you big breaking news coming in. We go back to the escalation between US and Iran. The US says it has launched additional military strikes against Iran. In a statement, US Central Command says the operations were carried out at the direction of the Commander-in-Chief and is aimed at further degrading Iran's ability to threaten freedom of navigation through the Strait of Hormuz. Central Command says that the US is holding Iran accountable for what it described as recent unjustified aggression against commercial shipping and civilian crews transiting the strategic waterways. So, we're getting these updates coming in, viewers, on Republic TV. Okay, let's move ahead, viewers. Getting you some more updates coming in. Iran is warning of possible major retaliatory measures. US carries out another attack. A spokesperson for Parliament's National Security Commission says a renewed US strike, along with any change in Washington's nuclear doctrine, would be met with a response. As per reports, options under consideration including withdrawing from the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, changing Iran's nuclear doctrine, and potentially closing the Bab el-Mandeb Strait alongside the Strait of Hormuz. Spokesperson also said that legislation is to withdraw from the NPT is ready for review in the Iranian parliament. There has been no immediate response from the United States on this. Getting some more breaking news coming in. Let's move ahead, viewers, to some of the other breaking updates we're getting for our viewers. We keep breaking all the updates because obviously the escalation is demanding that we focus on this story. US President Trump says the latest strike against Iran were carried out in retaliation for what he described as Iran's bombing of ships a day earlier. In a post on social media, Trump warned that any further attacks would trigger an even stronger US response, saying that if it happens again, it will get worse. His statements and comments come as tensions between Washington and Tehran continues to escalate. Trump warns of tougher response to any fresh attack. US is conducting new strikes in Iran after Trump said that ceasefire is over. So we're getting these updates coming in, viewers on Republic TV. Iran is also promising retaliation because siren warnings can be heard of incoming threat in both Bahrain and Kuwait. A lot of US bases are being targeted by Iran in fresh strikes. So basically, we are back to square one. We have gone back to the earlier days before the MOU between Iran and US was signed. So more US strikes are expected. US has launched more strikes against Iran to further degrade their ability to threaten freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. US Central Command said that Iranian state media reported explosions in many cities, including Bandar Abbas, Sirik, Bushehr, all these places, viewers. And Trump is also continuing his threats. So after Trump finished the NATO summit in Turkey, President Trump has given more warnings. We have a statement of President Trump, in fact, so we will play it out for you.
Do you know why they had us close our window blinds? That was not usual.
Well, yeah, because you're, probably on a dangerous flight because of the sleaze bags that we have to deal with.
So you think that Iran was possibly thinking of targeting?
Well, I mean, if they asked you to close your windows, probably they feel that way. They didn't ask me to close mine, but if they did, I would have done it. No, these are sick people, so I could see something like that. I didn't know they did that, but I could see something like that.
Were you aware of any credible threat by Iran against Air Force
Well, I have
One?
a threat all the time. I'm number one on their list before you. But if I go, you go, right?
But was there a
So
specific threat today?
perhaps someday you want to change professions. What do you have, Daniel?
Do you know why they had us close our window blinds? That was not usual.
Well, yeah, because you're, probably on a dangerous flight because of the sleaze bags that we have to deal with.
So you think that Iran was possibly thinking of targeting?
Well, I mean, if they asked you to close your windows, probably they feel that way. They didn't ask me to close mine, but if they did, I would have done it. No, these are sick people, so I could see something like that. I didn't know they did that, but I could see something like that.
Were you aware of any credible threat by Iran against Air Force
Well, I have
One?
a threat all the time. I'm number one on their list before you. But if I go, you go, right?
But was there a
So
specific
perhaps
threat today?
perhaps someday you want to change professions. What do you have, Daniel?
Iran has accused the United States of violating an MOU between the two countries. Foreign Ministry spokesperson Ismail Baqai says that agreement was based on a commitment for commitment framework rather than mutual trust, and claims Washington breached the deal through what he described as unilateral action and attacks against Iran. Baqai also argued that US has challenged provisions which is related to the safe passage of ships through the Strait of Hormuz, and says Tehran will continue to safeguard its national interest and exercise its sovereignty. Now, there has been no immediate response from the US on this matter at all. So we get these updates coming in. Vows to protect Iran's national interest. This is what Iranian spokesperson has been saying. Remember that at the same time, large crowds of mourners are gathering in the Iraqi city of Karbala as the marathon funeral ceremonies are continuing for Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. So that is something which is happening on the other parallel development while strikes continue between US and Iran. I want to go ahead and, of course, get our viewers more breaking updates coming in. Amidst the escalation in Iran-US war, multiple explosions have been reported in southeastern Iran. According to initial reports, around 10 blasts were heard in cities of Chabahar and Konarak a short while back. Chabahar are experiencing a power outages, so that is something which is happening as well in Iran. So we are getting our viewers all these updates coming in here in terms of the latest strikes. Explosions are being heard in multiple areas. US is also striking railway bridges outside the city of Akala. So multiple areas are being targeted. The point we're trying to make here is that multiple areas are being targeted. Multiple explosions have been reported in southeastern Iran. Specifically, the southern area of Iran has been targeted by these US strikes. And according to initial reports, around 10 blasts were heard in the cities of Chabahar and Konarak a short while ago, while parts of Chabahar are experiencing power outages. Viewers, Republic's investigation into child sexual abuse material on Meta's platforms enters day 3, and the disturbing findings continue. Even after being confronted with evidence, Instagram and Facebook continue to host content involving sexual exploitation of children. Amid mounting scrutiny, Meta has now issued a statement while government sources say the matter is being closely watched. Republic's investigation also reveals that much of content remains accessible, raising fresh questions over platform accountability and compliance with Indian laws. Here's more.
For 3 days now, Republic's investigation has exposed child sexual abuse material that continues to be hosted on Meta's platforms, Instagram and Facebook.
I don't know what's wrong with Meta, but something is completely wrong with them. They're a company in denial. Somebody from Meta sends us pretty stupid email back to Republic saying, can you tell us what the URLs of the accounts and content you're talking about is so we can review them? I want to tell Meta, are you out of your mind? Don't you have any common sense? If you are allowing, encouraging, and your algorithms are allowing, possibly promoting child sexual abuse material, you're asking us to tell you, you can't find out what kind of exploitation of children, exploitation of child sexual abuse material. We owe you no explanation. You, on the other hand, Meta, owe it to the people of India, sooner than later, in your interest, to pull back all that, acknowledge the crime you've been doing, and apologize to the people of India and the world.
The Republic investigation has forced Meta to finally issue a statement. But in the statement, an acknowledgement of failures and statistics thrown off the volumes of child sexual abuse material available online. The government of India is watching. Sources in the government have today responded to the investigation. Republic's investigation on the 3rd straight day has found more such material still accessible on Instagram and very freely available. Distressing visuals of toddlers and minors in compromising positions continue to be available on Instagram and Facebook. As of this moment, Republic's investigation shows the problem has not gone away. The pressure on Meta is mounting, and so are the questions over its ability to protect children online, and most importantly, adhere to the laws in India.
Viewers, getting you some breaking news coming in. Earthquake, tremors reported in parts of Maharashtra. Viewers, this is big update coming in. This is happening just a short while back. So we will be getting viewers all those updates. These are tremors, by the way. I repeat, these are tremors, by the way, which have been reported. This news has just come in. It's felt in other districts close by. Vibrations are felt in Hingoli, Nanded districts, other areas around 1:37 Indian Standard Time. So it happened quite late at night, 1:37 a.m. at night. According to the information from the District Disaster Management Cell, the epicenter was in the Hingoli district, and we have put out a visual for you. This is showing the tremors which have been reported. Let's have a look at those visuals on your screen. There you go. You can see these are quite significant tremors which have been reported, and we understand that the earthquake measures 4.6 on the Richter scale. Initial reports indicate that no loss of life or damage to property has been reported so far. So this is near Hingoli district in the Maharashtra, and even we're getting some updates that it's a 4.6 quake in India, Maharashtra, and the earthquake hit early in the morning. All right, let's move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories we're tracking. Heavy rains are also making a lot of damage is happening. Heavy rains have now triggered an unusual, potentially dangerous situation in Maharashtra. Nearly 3,000 LPG cylinders belonging to HPCL were swept away into the river after flood waters inundated the company's bottling plant in Raigad. Now, the district administration has now issued a public warning urging people not to touch or keep any cylinder if found. The incident also comes at a time when renewed global conflict has once again put the spotlight on energy security and fuel supply chains. Take a look.
3,000 LPG cylinders washed away into the Patal Ganga River. Heavy rainfall has triggered an unprecedented situation in Maharashtra's Raigad district. The incident took place at HPCL's LPG bottling plant in Shavne village of Panvel Taluka after flood waters inundated the facility. Officials say both filled and empty domestic LPG cylinders were swept away by the strong river current. Following the incident, the Raigad district administration issued an urgent public advisory asking citizens not to keep any cylinder they may find. Residents have instead been asked to immediately hand over the cylinders to HPCL, the nearest authorized dealer, or to the Tahsildar and subdivisional offices. Officials are also tracking the movement of the cylinders downstream as flood waters continue to flow through the region. The incident comes at a time when global concerns over energy security are once again intensifying amid renewed geopolitical tensions. Markets have already reacted to the latest conflict developments, with analysts warning that disruptions to energy supply chains could impact fuel prices globally. While officials maintain that this is a local flood-related incident, the visuals once again highlighted how extreme weather can disrupt critical energy infrastructure.
All right, viewers, let's move ahead right now to some of the other stories we're tracking from the world of business, economy, and finance. Let's get started with that. Global markets turned volatile after US President Trump has cast doubt on the Iran ceasefire, saying the truce was over before late downplaying the possibility of a wider conflict. Oil prices surged over 5%, with Brent crude climbing above $78 a barrel, while Wall Street closed lower as investors reacted to renewed geopolitical uncertainty. International Monetary Fund has once again lowered its global growth forecast for 2026 to 3%, warning that the conflict in West Asia and continued geopolitical uncertainty could derail a fragile economic recovery. The IMF said that latest assessment was made even before the recent escalation involving the US and Iran, indicating risks remain tilted to the downside. Despite a marginal downgrade, and now the International Monetary Fund has retained India among the world's fastest growing major economies. IMF also now projects India's GDP to grow 6.4% in financial year 2027, slightly lower than its earlier estimate, before accelerating to 6.7% the following year, citing India's strong domestic fundamentals despite global headwinds. India is considering a 40,000 crore undersea power transmission cable connecting the country with the UAE as part of its One Sun, One World, One Grid vision. Power Minister Manohar Lal Khattar said similar connectivity projects with Sri Lanka and Singapore are also being pursued to build a larger regional electricity network and strengthen cross-border energy trade. India's foreign direct investment rose 44% to $39 billion in 2025, according to a UN report, driven largely by a handful of mega projects at Alphabet's $14.5 billion data center investment and a $4 billion green hydrogen project by Poland's Hinfra in Andhra Pradesh emerged as the biggest contributors, although the report noted broader private investment remained subdued. A shocking incident was caught on camera where Shiv Sena Shinde faction's cooperator Ramesh Mhatre and his associates allegedly assaulted 2 doctors, including a female doctor and 3 female nurses in Mumbai's KDMC hospital based out of Dombivli. Incident stems from a dispute after the doctors advised Mhatre transferring a pregnant woman for delivery due to occupied NICU bed. Mhatre, who arrived with supporters, verbally abused the staff and physically attacked them, with associates restrained security guards. So we get these updates coming in. Let's have a look at what's happening in the story as Ramesh Mhatre has now faced action in this case. Take a look.
An incident of doctors and nurses being assaulted by Shiv Sena corporator has come to light after the incident was caught on CCTV. The incident took place at the KDMC Shastri Nagar Hospital in Dombivli in Mumbai. When the doctors advised the transfer of a pregnant woman due to lack of NICU beds to a member of corporator Mhatre. Mhatre, who arrived with his supporters, verbally abused and physically assaulted the staff as his associates restrained the security guards. The CCTV footage of the assault has gone viral and has sparked outrage. The assaulted doctors, including a woman doctor along with 3 female nurses, were left shaken. Meanwhile, the Vishnunagar police have registered an FIR against corporator Mhatre in connection with the assault in Dombivli. The name of the arrested accused is Ramesh Pawar, Pramod Nikam and Akshay Karande. Sources indicate that Ramesh Mhatre is likely to be arrested by Dombivli police. The Federation of All India Medical Association released a statement expressing its condemnation of the brutal assaults on doctors, nurses and healthcare workers. Reacting to the incident, Shiv Sena MP Dr. Shrikant Shinde strongly condemned the assault, saying doctors and healthcare workers dedicate themselves to public service under extremely stressful conditions and deserve safety and respect. Mhatre has since been arrested following the fury over his actions against healthcare professionals. The incident once more sheds light on the healthcare professionals and being assaulted on the line of duty.
Take a short break, viewers. Do not go anywhere. 1 dead, many fear trap after under construction building collapses in Delhi's Rohini. Search and rescue operations are underway.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
MTH
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा मसाला।
First of all, let me qualify by saying that I've spent more than 25 years in that region. I understand. I hope I understand fairly well what is going on there. Number one, there is absolutely no trust between America, Iran, and of course, Israel is on the side of America. Plus, the Gulf nations also do not trust Iran at all. Now, I'll explain to you why I'm saying this. You've heard of a country called Saudi Arabia. Under American pressure, they joined They signed a defense pact, a strategic defense alliance with Jihadistan, also known as Pakistan, under which some 8,000 Pakistani troops and one squadron of those useless Chinese fighter planes are stationed there. The Saudis don't know how to fight, the Iranians do. So the Saudis are hoping that if push comes to shove, if Iran attacks Saudi Arabia, then the Pakistanis will hit Iran. It's a very delicate situation. Now, first of all, I'm coming as an American. I'm wearing my American hat. Here I'm Donald Trump. I said, look, they are cheating us. We are wasting our time. There's no point in discussing anything because they are not serious. They're only trying to prolong the discussions while they rebuild whatever capacity they have lost. So that's the American perspective. And then he blasted NATO, Donald Trump, at the meeting in Ankara, that you guys let us down when we needed you, but it doesn't matter. We'll go it alone. Why doesn't Iran or anybody else understand when he says we'll go it alone? It means I'm going to thrash them tomorrow. That's the American head. Now I'm going to...
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
And don't forget that the other day he had mentioned or he had told Israel that he would ask Syria to tackle Hezbollah. Now, whether it will work or not, we do not know, and I doubt it. But nevertheless, Trump will try. If he succeeds, that will change the geopolitics of Middle East. Well, you know that after Assad fell and al-Shara took over, he had met President Trump first in Saudi Arabia, where President Trump was visiting. And the meeting took place because bin Salman, the Saudi crown prince, had invited him. In other words, al-Shara, despite his association with the Islamic State in the past, was rapidly accepted by Saudi Arabia and also by President Trump. In fact, he was the first Syrian president ever to be received in the White House. So it shows that, and don't forget that Assad was very, very close to Iran. But for Iran, Assad would have fallen much earlier. So for all these reasons, Washington, Saudi Arabia, and others want to cultivate him. And that is going on. And naturally, that is in his own interest because, Syria was under sanctions. Most of the sanctions have been revoked. And you know that the other day, President Macron was there. So Syria has made a 180-degree change of course. And don't forget that the other day he had mentioned or he had told Israel that he would ask Syria to tackle Hezbollah. Now, whether it will work or...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very good morning. You're watching live this morning on Republic TV. We bring you Republic School of Journalism, India's most sought-after live learning program, and it has now opened its application for its 2026 batch. RSJ was launched with a single mission to train the next generation of journalists, not in classrooms, but on the field live as the news breaks. Covering elections, wars, and the biggest stories of our times, under the direct mentorship of India's best journalists at the Republic Media Network. And the results are already speaking for themselves.
100% of the students from RSJ's inaugural batch are now placed working in newsrooms. The new batches begin this August, and aspiring journalists can now apply online at www.republicschoolofjournalism.com or call on 836 999 5400 to know more. Now time for the headlines. Let's delve in. One dead, many feared trap under the construction building collapse in Delhi's Rohini. Search and rescue operations underway. Iran launches retaliatory strikes. Iranian media claims US bases in Kuwait and Bahrain hit in strikes. Trump loses the Iranian plot, says do not want to deal with Iran, can't let lunatics have nuclear power. Republic investigation forces Meta to issue detailed response on CSAM content. Meta goes all defenses, refuses to take ownership. Prime Minister Narendra Modi on a 3-day official visit to Australia. PM Modi participated in India-Australia CEO Forum and Economic Roadmap Business Reception. We are shifting our focus to the top story of the hour. Republic's investigation into child sexual abuse material on Meta's platform enters day 3. And disturbing findings are also continuing to come. Even after being confronted with evidence, Instagram and Facebook continue to host content involving sexual exploitation of children. Amid mounting scrutiny, Meta has also now issued a statement, while the government sources say that the matter is being closely watched. Republic's investigation also reveals that much of the content remains accessible, raising fresh questions over platforms' accountability and compliance with Indian laws. Here's a report. Take a look.
For 3 days now, Republic's investigation has exposed child sexual abuse material that continues to be hosted on Meta's platforms, Instagram and Facebook.
I don't know what's wrong with Meta, but something is completely wrong with them. They're a company in denial. Somebody from Meta sends us pretty stupid email back to Republic saying, can you tell us what the URLs of the accounts and content you're talking about is so we can review them? I want to tell Meta, are you out of your mind? Don't you have any common sense? If you are allowing, encouraging, and your algorithms are allowing, possibly promoting child sexual abuse material, you're asking us to tell you, you can't find out what kind of exploitation of children, exploitation of child sexual abuse material. We owe you no explanation. You, on the other hand, Meta, owe it to the people of India. Sooner than later, in your interest, to pull back all that, acknowledge the crime you've been doing, and apologize to the people of India and the world.
The Republic investigation has forced Meta to finally issue a statement. But in the statement, an acknowledgement of failures. And statistics thrown off the volumes of child sexual abuse material available online. The government of India is watching. Sources in the government have today responded to the investigation. Republic's investigation on the 3rd straight day has found more such material still accessible on Instagram and very freely available. Distressing visuals of toddlers and minors in compromising positions continue to be available on Instagram and Facebook. As of this moment, Republic's investigation shows the problem has not gone away. The pressure on Meta is mounting, and so are the questions over its ability to protect children online, and most importantly, adhere to the laws in India.
Viewers, another top story. A massive security crisis has surfaced in Manipur after an unauthorized bridge was discovered under active construction across the Manipur River. It's raising serious questions over the clandestine network of drug channels. The 5 crore structure connects Churachandanpur and Chandel districts, bypassing major security zones. Now, what's concerning is that no government department or forest authority has sanctioned this project, and it is triggering deep alarm over the highly sophisticated illegal infrastructure network. Moreover, the structure is built at a prohibited site with the strength where heavy bulldozers can bypass over the bridge. Now, this is raising questions if it is an attempt to establish an unchecked smuggling route for international drug cartel syndicates. Here's more in this report that we have. Take a look.
A highly organized international smuggling racket has been exposed operating in Manipur. An unauthorized bridge costing over 5 crore rupees is being quietly constructed across the Manipur River.
The security concerns are linked to both the location of the bridge and recent statements made by the Chief Minister, Yunam Khemchand Singh. The Chief Minister had recently acknowledged that drug trafficking routes have shifted to Mizoram because of the ongoing conflict and increased security deployment in traditional transit corridors. Local sources also now allege that traffickers have been using alternative routes along the Manipur River after tighter surveillance on the Moray exists. They further claim that this bridge could potentially connect areas with relatively fewer security checkpoints, making movement easier.
The illegal infrastructure directly connects two sensitive hill districts in Manipur, Churachandpur with Chandel district. State departments like the PWD and forest officials have completely denied of any knowledge or authorization of this project. What's suspicious is the highly unusual green-painted steel girders which are being used to erect the bridge, which raises the question of its foreign origin.
There are also allegations that arms and narcotic smuggling continues through parts of Kengjoy block due to inadequate border fencing, although these allegations have not been officially verified. At this stage, though there is no official evidence linking this bridge directly to any illegal activity and investigations, the video circulating on various social media and the evidence have shown the fake of how the drug mafia are constructing the illegal and unauthorized bridge in Manipur and trying to connect the drug smuggling in Manipur right now.
Intelligence reports suggest the structure is strategically placed outside major military deployment zones to avoid tactical checks. As per NCB reports, Myanmar has overtaken Afghanistan as the largest opium source, which then travels through India via border states like Manipur and Mizoram. Smugglers are allegedly using this secret corridor as an alternative to traditional routes through border towns like Moray and Tamu. As per reports, the bridge was earlier flagged and government authorities took it down. A year later, it has been constructed once again, stronger, where a large truck can easily pass through. Investigators suspect illegal arms and narcotic syndicates operating from Khangpat in Myanmar are fully financing this secret passage. The question now remains, with this secret drug channel now exposed, will the authorities act swiftly to tackle the expanding issues surrounding Manipur?
Viewers, we're getting another breaking news of the hour where the Iranian Parliament Speaker Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf has said the America hasn't learned that bullying and breaking promises are no longer free of cost. He's gone out to say that and warned that if the United States will strike, it will get struck. And the Strait of Hormuz is only open with Iranian arrangements and not American threats. These are the comments coming in from the Iranian Parliament Speaker Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf. He's also warned that Ghalibaf and is in fact emphasizing that the access to the Strait of Hormuz remains under Iranian control. In fact, more breaking news coming in from the Kuwaiti army, which has said that its air defenses are currently confronting the hostile missiles and drone attacks from the United States. The General Staff of Army said that the explosion sounds are heard and they are a result of the air defense systems intercepting the hostile attacks from the US side. The authorities have urged everyone to adhere to the security and safety instruction protocols issued by the competent authorities. Kuwaiti army has said that the air defenses are currently confronting the hostile missile and drone attacks coming from the United States side. The General Army Staff of Army from the Iranian Kuwaiti army is saying that all the people and residents of Kuwait must adhere to the safety and security instructions under the issued by the competent authorities. Viewers, more breaking news coming in from the United States, where they say they have launched additional military strikes against Iran. Now, this is a statement issued by the CENTCOM, and they are saying that they're working and carrying out the operations under the direction of the Commander-in-Chief. They're aiming to further degrade Iran's ability to threaten freedom of navigation through the Strait of Hormuz. CENTCOM has also said that it is holding Iran accountable for the recently unjustified aggression against the commercial shipping and the attacks that civilian crews were when they were transiting through the strategic waterways of the Strait of Hormuz. While there is no response from the Iranian officials so far, but these are the comments coming in from CENTCOM. They are clearly making sure and issuing a statement that they're further degrading Iran's ability to threaten the freedom of navigation through the Strait of Hormuz, and of course escalating the military actions. On your television screen, you can see visuals of the attacks taking place right now in Iran. Viewers, more breaking news. Iran is now giving comments and warning if nuclear doctrine shifts and US hits again. There in fact, a warning of major retaliatory measures are going to be taken place. The spokesperson for the Parliament's national security has said that the United States strikes, along with any changes in the Washington's nuclear doctrine, would be met with a response. In fact, the non-proliferation treaty, which has been withdrawn as per the reports, and it's changing Iran's nuclear doctrine, closing the Bab al-Mandeb Strait alongside the Strait of Hormuz. Now, the spokesperson is also saying legislations are going to be withdrawn from the non-proliferation treaty, and there has been no immediate response to this from the United States side. Breaking news, viewers, we are getting comments from the United States President Donald Trump saying that the latest strikes against Iran are carried out in retaliation. He's describing that Iran's bombing of the ships earlier is the result of why these strikes are taking place in the first place. Now, on a social media, on Truth Social, Trump is warned that any further attacks would trigger an even stronger US response. And he's saying that if it happens again, it will get much worse. And these comments are coming in between the tensions of Washington and Tehran are continuing to escalate. Trump is claiming, and I quote, if this happens again, from the Iranian side, US says it will get much worse, and these are the comments coming in from Donald Trump. Let's listen into him.
You know why they had us close our window blinds? That was unusual.
Well, yeah, because you're probably on a dangerous flight because of the sleazebags that we have to deal with.
So you think that Iran was possibly thinking, trying
well, I mean, if they asked you to close your windows, probably they feel that way. They didn't ask me to close mine, but if they did, I would have done it. You know, these are sick people. So I could see something like that. I didn't know they did that, but I could see something like that.
Were you aware of any credible threat by Iran against Air Force
Well, I have a threat all the time. I'm number one on their list before you. But if I go, you go, right?
But was there a specific
so perhaps someday you want to change professions. What do you have, Daniel?
Well, that was Donald Trump, but we're getting more breaking news from Bahrain, where sources have released footage showing the US defense system in Bahrain attempting to intercept Iranian missiles. These interceptions occurred during a major escalation in the Gulf, where Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps launched retaliatory ballistic missiles and drones at the US and allied installations. These are comments coming in, and the strikes are also targeted areas in Kuwait. This is followed by the US military operations against Iranian radar installations near the Strait of Hormuz. Now, CENTCOM has successfully intercepted majority of the projectiles. In fact, the Iranian state media claims it hits on multiple sites, including US 5th Fleet headquarters, coming in right now on your television screen. All right, viewers, Iran has accused the United States of violating the MOU between the two countries. Foreign Ministry spokesperson Ismail Baghai says the agreement was based on commitment for commitment framework rather than mutual trust, and claims of Washington now breaching the deal through what is described as the unilateral action and attacks on Iran. Now, Baghai has also argued that the United States has challenged provisions related to the safe passage of ships through the Strait of Hormuz. He's also saying Tehran will continue to safeguard its national interest and exercise its sovereignty. So comments coming in from the Foreign Ministry spokesperson Ismail Baghai. He's saying that these agreements that were made, the memorandum of understanding, that was based on a commitment for commitment framework rather than mutual trust. And it is also claiming that Washington has breached the deal and described the unilateral actions and attacks against Iran. Tehran will continue to safeguard its national interest and exercise its sovereignty. Comments coming from Ismail Baghai. Now, viewers, former Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei's funeral procession, in fact, continued in Iraq on Wednesday, drawing thousands of mourners to Imam Ali Shrine in Najaf. The ceremonies are taking place amid renewed US-Iran tensions following fresh American strikes on Iranian targets, with diplomatic talks remaining on hold after Khamenei's burial. Here's more in the story that we have. Take a look.
The funeral of former Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei is unfolding against the backdrop of renewed military tensions in West Asia. Mourners gathered at the Imam Ali Shrine in Iraq's holy city of Najaf as the funeral procession of Iran's late Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei continued. The procession is part of a multi-day state funeral that began in Tehran on Saturday and has now moved through Iraq before Khamenei's final burial in Iran. The procession in Najaf was attended by senior Iranian leaders, including President Masoud Pezeshkian and Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, along with Iraqi officials and thousands of mourners. The funeral comes as tensions between Iran and the United States remain high. The United States has carried out fresh strikes on Iranian military targets after accusing Tehran of involvement in attacks on 3 ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran, meanwhile, has condemned the strikes, while Washington has maintained that its actions were in response to threats against maritime security. With the funeral ceremonies underway, diplomatic engagement between Washington and Tehran has been put on hold, with sources indicating that any discussions between the two sides are expected only after Khamenei's burial.
We are shifting our focus to Manhattan, where panic and uncertainty gripped Midtown Manhattan after fears that an under-construction high-rise building collapse scare forced the authorities to evacuate nearby hotels, homes, and businesses. Tourists and residents were left stranded, with some unable to collect passports, medication, and in fact personal belongings, before the officials later confirmed that the structure had been stabilized. More in this story, take a look.
A major evacuation in the heart of Manhattan triggered chaos after concerns emerged over the stability of an under-construction residential tower. Hotels, homes, and businesses in the area were evacuated as emergency teams cordoned off parts of Midtown Manhattan.
So we were evacuated from a hotel yesterday with all of our stuff inside, passports, belongings, we weren't allowed back in. And medication. And no one would help us, and we were on the streets all night until midnight. And then my mum has finally managed to somehow secure us a hotel, and now we just need to get our stuff back, so we fly home tomorrow with no passport. So.
The building at the center of the incident is the former Pfizer headquarters, currently being converted into more than 1,600 luxury apartments as part of New York City's largest office-to-residential conversion project. Among those affected were visitors from Scotland who said they were forced to leave their hotel without passports, medication or luggage.
People's safety, we don't blame them, but they could have given us 5 minutes to grab our belongings, instead of just saying everybody out, everybody out, everybody out, and we've been left with nothing. We've slept in the streets last night. The police wouldn't help us. We were sleeping rough last night. The police told us to get. They weren't interested. It's been horrific. It's been awful.
The disruption extended beyond tourists. Residents and workers reported cancelled appointments, delayed travel, and widespread inconvenience as evacuation orders remained in place around the affected area.
So I had to go to the consulate yesterday to get my documents and stuff like that for my passport and whatever. And I took yesterday off to do that, and I couldn't do that yesterday because they ended up evacuating the building right beside it. Yeah, so I have to take time again out today to do that.
Officials later announced that engineers had stabilized the structure and that monitoring showed no further movement after the initial emergency.
But living in the city, we need to do better with building infrastructure just so that you're not delaying people like that.
While the immediate collapse risk has been contained, the disruption has left many questioning how quickly such a large-scale evacuation had to be carried out, and whether enough was done to support those forced to leave everything behind.
Viewers, heavy rainfall in the upper catchment area of Gujarat's Valsad district has led a sharp rise in the water levels of the Madhuban Dam. Authorities have opened 8 gates of the dam and also released nearly 1.5 lakh cubic foot per second of water into the Damanganga river. Now, the administration has issued alerts of the villages downstream in Valsad, Vapi, Silvassa and Daman as waterlogging in several places kept roads and public places closed. Now, meanwhile, there's a warning for the heavy to extremely heavy rainfall that remains in force. Here's more that you need to know. Take a look.
Heavy rainfall in the upper catchment areas of Gujarat's Valsad district has significantly increased inflows into the Madhuban Dam. Officials recorded an inflow of around 1,25,000 cusecs, prompting authorities to open 8 gates of the dam up to 4 meters to regulate the rising water levels. As part of the flood management exercise, nearly 1,50,000 cusecs of water have been released into the Damanganga river. Following the discharge, the river is flowing at full capacity with water reaching both banks. The district administration has advised residents living along the Damanganga river in Silvassa, Vapi and Daman to remain on high alert as large parts of the districts were seen completely submerged. People residing in low-lying and riverside villages have been urged to avoid venturing near the river and to follow instructions issued by local authorities. Officials are closely monitoring the situation as the IMO's warning for heavy to extremely heavy rainfall continues to remain in effect for Valsad. Authorities say emergency teams are on standby and are keeping a close watch on water levels to respond to any further rise caused by continuing rainfall.
We're heading into a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere. There's a lot of news lined up on the other side. Coming up, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is set to be on a 3-day official visit to Australia. PM Modi participated in the India-Australia CEO Forum and Economic Roadmap Business Reception.
Our pure
सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है।
अरे मेरे राजा
मसाला।
And don't forget that the other day he had mentioned or he had told Israel that he would ask Syria to tackle Hezbollah. Now, whether it will work or not, we do not know, and I doubt it. But nevertheless, Trump will try. If he succeeds, that will change the geopolitics of Middle East. Well, you know that after Assad fell and al-Shara took over, he had met President Trump first in Saudi Arabia, where President Trump was visiting. And the meeting took place because bin Salman, the Saudi crown prince, had invited him. In other words, al-Shara, despite his association with the Islamic State in the past, was rapidly accepted by Saudi Arabia and also by President Trump. In fact, he was the first Syrian president ever to be received in the White House. So it shows that, and don't forget that Assad was very, very close.
Coming up after a short commercial break, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is on a 3-day official visit to Australia. PM Modi participated in the India-Australia CEO Forum and Economic Roadmap Business Reception.
Our Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है। स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
First of all, let me qualify by saying that I've spent more than 25 years in that region. I understand. I hope I understand fairly well what is going on there. Number one, there is absolutely no trust between America, Iran, and of course, Israel is on the side of America. Plus, the Gulf nations also do not trust Iran at all. Now, I'll explain to you why I'm saying this. You've heard of a country called Saudi Arabia. Under American pressure, they joined, they signed a defense pact, a strategic defense alliance with Jihadistan, also known as Pakistan, under which some 8,000 Pakistani troops and one squadron of those useless Chinese fighter planes are stationed there. The Saudis don't know how to fight, the Iranians do. So the Saudis are hoping that if push comes to shove, if Iran attacks Saudi Arabia, then the Pakistanis will hit Iran. It's a very delicate situation. Now, first of all, I'm coming as an American. I'm wearing my American hat. Here I'm Donald Trump. I said, look, they are cheating us. We are wasting our time. There's no point in discussing anything because they are not serious. They're only trying to prolong the discussions while they rebuild whatever capacity they have lost. So that's the American perspective. And then he blasted NATO, Donald Trump, at the meeting in Ankara, that you guys let us down when we needed you, but it doesn't matter. We'll go it alone. Why doesn't Iran or anybody else understand when he says we'll go it alone? It means I'm going to thrash them tomorrow. That's the American hat. Now I'm going to wear the Iranian hat. All right, buddy, I'm an Iranian. So you're hitting me. I'm going to close the Straits of Hormuz because that's my dadagiri. Your dadagiri is you're hitting me. My dadagiri is I can disrupt the global economy, the global oil trade by closing the Straits of Hormuz. And I plan to do that. That's what the battle is all about. Now I wear my Indian hat. I'm going to ask Iran. Why have you closed the Straits of Hormuz to me? What have I done? What has South Korea done? What has Japan done? What has Singapore done? What has Malaysia done? What is
Hello and a very good morning. You're watching live this morning on Republic TV. My name is Nayan, telling you about the Forces Conclave happening on Republic. It is India's first defense story, entering into a transformative new era powered by indigenous innovation, cutting-edge emerging technology, and a rapidly expanding defense industrial ecosystem. Now, as the nation accelerates its journey towards strategic self-reliance and the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, Republic brings together the policymakers, defense leaders, innovators, and industry pioneers shaping the future of national security. Join us on the 18th of July in New Delhi for Republic Defence Forces First Conclave, Bharat, the Defence Powerhouse, where the spotlight will be on the next generation of military technologies, advanced defence platforms, indigenous capabilities, and the government and industry partnerships driving India's technological transformation. Stay tuned for insightful conversations, exclusive perspectives, and the ideas that will define the future of India's defence ecosystem. Now time for the headlines. Let's delve in. 3 dead, many fear trap under the construction building collapses in Delhi's Rohini. Search and rescue operations underway. Iran launches retaliatory strikes. Iranian media claims US bases in Kuwait and Bahrain hit in strikes. Trump loses the Iranian plot, says do not want to deal with Iran, can't let lunatics have nuclear weapons. Republic investigation forces Meta to issue detailed response on CSAM content. Meta goes all defensive, refuses to take ownership. Prime Minister Narendra Modi on a 3-day official visit to Australia. PM Modi participated in India-Australia CEO Forum and Economic Roadmap business reception. Viewers, breaking news of the hour. Iran's Parliament Speaker Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf has said that it is saying that America has not yet learned that bullying and breaking promises are no longer cost-free. He's warning that the United States, if it strikes, it will get struck in return. In fact, the Strait of Hormuz will open with Iranian arrangements and not American threats. These are comments coming in from the Iranian Parliament Speaker Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf. He's saying that the U.S. military action will prompt retaliation in return. In fact, Ghalibaf also emphasized that the access to the Strait of Hormuz remains under the Iranian arrangements and Iranian control. America has still not learned that bullying and breaking promises are no longer cost-free. And he said, let me put it plainly, if you strike, you'll get hit. Don't fail around pointlessly. You'll sink even deeper. All right, I have my colleague Shivam joining us live from the newsroom. Shivam, comments are coming in from the Parliament Speaker of Iran, and he's saying that if you hit us, we'll hit you back. And there is no compromise on that. They've put their stance very clear, and they've emphasized that the Strait of Hormuz will only remain under the Iranian control. Shivam, what is your update on this?
Yes, Galiba, once again, he's warning, threatening Donald Trump, United States of America, because they are back to war. They're back to war situation where there are strikes from both the sides happening as we speak. And because also our sources say that White House is planning for a very long confrontation against Iran. So these are the statements coming in from both the sides, specifically from Iran. They are saying that they have been betrayed by United States of America, and it's a violation of Memorandum of Understanding. And they want to highlight the fact that as per the MOU, they have the authority to control the Strait of Hormuz. So that was in the MOU. This is the claim of the Iranian regime in this case, that they have control over. They should have the control over the Strait of Hormuz, because that was understood, that was agreed upon. So that's the update in this story. And that's why they're threatening that they will react and retaliate.
Shivam, what do you mean by Iranian arrangements in this situation? Because they are saying that it will only, America hasn't learned from the bullying and they've been breaking promises. It's no longer going to be cost-free. And they're saying plainly, if you strike, we strike you back, like I rightly said. But they're saying that the Strait of Hormuz will only operate under Iranian arrangements, Shivam.
Yes, definitely. The arrangements, by arrangements, they mean the movement of the traffic, that is the shipping vessel. As you remember, Nayan, that Iran was planning to toll all the ships that are passing through the Strait of Hormuz, and they were thinking about making money from the vessels which were passing through the Strait of Hormuz. And also there was a shift in how the vessels used to transit from the Strait of Hormuz. Earlier, they used to travel far away from the coast of Iran, in the earlier cases, away from the IRGC locations. But now, after the war and after the West Asian conflict, they had to go through a specific route which was designated by the IRGC. So IRGC was monitoring indeed. Now, the mistake that the IRGC did, Iranian regime did, it's the strikes on the vessels, especially of the Middle Eastern countries, after which there is a US retaliation. Now, by arrangement, they want to highlight the fact that as per the MOU, they had the right, they will have the right to control the Strait of Hormuz, and they wanted to enjoy this privilege that they got after the war, because Donald Trump eventually helped Iranian regime, the IRGC, gain control and authority of over the Strait of Hormuz, because no other military power in the Middle East is as powerful as the Iranian regime or the IRGC name.
Right. Shivam, thank you. In fact, we're getting another breaking news of the hour where the Kuwaiti army has said that its air defenses are currently confronting hostile missile and drone attacks. Now, the General Staff of the army has said that these explosive sounds that are heard, they are a result of the air defense systems intercepting these hostile missiles coming from the United States side. In fact, the Kuwaiti authorities have urged everyone to adhere to the security and safety protocols, the instructions issued by competent authorities.
During the conflict that was ongoing between US and Iran. Now, Kuwait, definitely these are reports of interceptions, drone threats as the Iranian war resumes. Now, because why is it happening? Because there's the presence of the United States military in the entire Middle East at various locations. Now, Kuwait has, there were sirens reported in Kuwait, not just Kuwait, but also Bahrain and Qatar, and explosions also were reported at many places. Now, this is the Iranian Guard said that they have targeted important infrastructure and facilities at US military bases in Kuwait and Bahrain. So this is a strike at Kuwait. So they're speaking about the drone threats, but the Iranian side is claiming success, that they have hit military targets, that is the US military targets, US military bases in Bahrain and Kuwait, describing the attacks as the first phase of punitive response. So they want to punish America. On the other side, as you heard Donald Trump, that this is retribution. So he is claiming punishment and they are claiming punishment being given to the either side in this case. Now, oil prices have also jumped meanwhile, because these are oil producing countries when we talk about the Middle East, and these strikes are happening in Kuwait and Bahrain, especially they are targeting the US military bases in the Middle East, whether it be Kuwait, whether it be Bahrain, and explosions are being heard, and there are missile interceptions, there are drone interceptions, and these are US air defenses doing the interceptions of all the drones and missiles to safeguard themselves. So this is not Iran firing against Kuwait or Bahrain, they are firing against the US bases. So they always want to make this clear.
Absolutely. Shivam, in fact, this is another breaking news of the hour that we're getting, that sources have released footage showing the United States defense system in Bahrain attempting to intercept the Iranian missiles. This is another breaking news of the hour. These ballistic missiles are launched and subsequent interceptions over Bahrain are occurring after the United States launched strikes on the Iranian coastal radar sites and drone operations near the Strait of Hormuz. Shivam, thank you so much for staying with us. In fact, I'm coming back to you. Shivam, this is the other breaking news of the hour. We're getting at this point that the sources have released footage showing that the United States defense system in Bahrain are attempting to intercept the Iranian missiles. Shivam.
Yes, definitely, because this is the retaliation. Kuwait air defenses have engaged rockets, what we are getting to know, and drones. So not just drones, but also rockets are also being intercepted in this case. Now, Iran is retaliating after fresh US strikes. But we also need to highlight the fact that there is a funeral of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, which is ongoing, and the war is happening amidst the funeral processions happening right now.
Right.
And this is a very measured response, I would like to say, by Iran. And this is what the experts around the globe are also highlighting, the fact that they don't intend to do much damage. They don't actually intend to do as much damage as should have been, because there's also a funeral procession, and there are threats that after the procession is over, then it will escalate to even a wider conflict at a very dangerous scale, and it might go to a point of no return. So that's the very serious threat for all the countries across the globe, and especially the Middle Eastern countries, because this definitely affects the economy when we talk about the war, because the oil prices surge and global economies get affected because of all of this. Now, IRGC is also releasing footage of strikes on US bases in Bahrain, Kuwait. So this is IRGC's claims also that they have been successful in the strikes, and the Iranian media is highlighting the fact that yes, we are back at the war-like situation and we are hitting US assets across the Middle Eastern region. Now, Iran has carried out retaliatory strikes on military bases in Bahrain, Kuwait, and hence there has been interception. And as I likely highlighted the fact, because these are the air defenses which are active via US help, that is the US military, US defense forces. So the interception is being done by the United States military in this case. Nayan, over to you.
Right, Shivam. And the impact is already showing as the oil prices have edged higher as the US military has carried out these fresh strikes against Iran. Now, according to reports, the US military action has dampened the expectation of the swift resolution, and now the subsequent reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. In fact, the Brent crude future has gained 78% and 1% to reach the $78.80 a barrel. Now, this is coming as per 12:54 a.m. GMT time. These are similarly, the US West Texas intermediate crude futures has climbed to 74 cents and 0.1%. Now it is settling at $74.26 a barrel. The oil prices have surged by 1% approximately and to a $78.8 per barrel. These are the Brent crude prices that are coming up. In fact, this is coming after the fresh military strikes that are carried out by the United States against Iran. Shivam, thank you so much for staying with us and giving us those updates. Republic's investigation into child sexual abuse material on Meta's platform enters day 3, and disturbing findings continue. Even after being confronted with evidence, Instagram and Facebook continue to host content involving sexual exploitation of children. Now, amid the mounting scrutiny, Meta has now issued a statement, while government sources say that the matter is closely being watched. Republic's investigation also reveals that much of the content remains accessible, raising fresh questions over the platform's accountability and compliances with the Indian laws. Here's a report that we have. Take a look.
For 3 days now, Republic's investigation has exposed child sexual abuse material that continues to be hosted on Meta's platforms, Instagram and Facebook.
I don't know what's wrong with Meta, but something is completely wrong with them. They're a company in denial. Somebody from Meta sends us pretty stupid email back to Republic saying, can you tell us what the URLs of the accounts and content you're talking about is so we can review them? I want to tell Meta, are you out of your mind? Don't you have any common sense? If you are allowing, encouraging, and your algorithms are allowing, possibly promoting child sexual abuse material, You're asking us to tell you? You can't find out? What kind of exploitation of children, exploitation of child sexual abuse material? We owe you no explanation. You, on the other hand, Meta, owe it to the people of India. Sooner than later, in your interest, to pull back all that, acknowledge the crime you've been doing, and apologize to the people of India and the world.
The Republic investigation has forced Meta to finally issue a statement. But in the statement, an acknowledgement of failures. And statistics thrown off the volumes of child sexual abuse material available online. The government of India is watching. Sources in the government have today responded to the investigation. Republic's investigation on the third straight day has found more such material still accessible on Instagram and very freely available. Distressing visuals of toddlers and minors in compromising positions continue to be available on Instagram and Facebook. As of this moment, Republic's investigation shows the problem has not gone away. The pressure on Meta is mounting, and so are the questions over its ability to protect children online, and most importantly, adhere to the laws in India.
We will be tracking this news for you, but right now shifting our focus to President Donald Trump. In fact, he's escalated his rhetoric against Iran on Wednesday. He's telling reporters at the NATO summit in Ankara, which is in Turkey, that the country's leadership was behaving erratically. The comments followed his declaration hours earlier that the ceasefire agreement with Tehran was over, a reaction to the Iranian attacks on the commercial vessels near the Strait of Hormuz. Even so, Trump left no space for diplomacy and continued saying negotiators were free to keep talking if they wanted to. And he said to go through the suggested US and was equally prepared to act without a deal. Now, these talks went nowhere. We have a report on this. Take a look.
First of all, let me qualify by saying that I've spent more than 25 years in that region. I understand. I hope I understand fairly well what is going on there. Number one, there is absolutely no trust between America, Iran, and of course, Israel is on the side of America. Plus, the Gulf nations also do not trust Iran at all. Now, I'll explain to you why I'm saying this. You've heard of a country called Saudi Arabia. Under American pressure, they joined, they signed a defense pact, a strategic defense alliance with Jihadistan, also known as Pakistan, under which some 8,000 Pakistani troops and one squadron of those useless Chinese fighter planes are stationed there. The Saudis don't know how to fight, the Iranians do. So the Saudis are hoping that if push comes to shove, if Iran attacks Saudi Arabia, then the Pakistanis will hit Iran. It's a very delicate situation. Now, first of all, I'm coming as an American. I'm wearing my American hat. Here I'm Donald Trump. I said, look, they are cheating us. We are wasting our time. There's no point in discussing anything because they are not serious. They're only trying to prolong the
Prime Minister Narendra Modi has reached his first visit to Australia in 3 years. And this is not just him welcomed by the Indian diaspora, but also by the army. On your television screen are visuals where he's been welcomed by the Guards and the Army of Australia. Prime Minister Narendra Modi receives a ceremonial welcome at the Government House Victoria in Melbourne, Australia. He's arrived in Australia on Wednesday and is accorded with a grand welcome by the Indian community. And also right now on your television screen, he was welcomed by the Government House Victoria in Melbourne. Now earlier today, he met with Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and is in Melbourne for the second leg of the three-nation visit to Indonesia, Australia and later to New Zealand. The meeting has come after Prime Minister Modi has arrived in Australia and he was accorded with a grand welcome by the Indian community. Now, Mr. Modi and Albanese are expected to hold a wide-ranging discussion on strengthening cooperation, not just in defense and security, but also in trade and investment. Now, his departure is going to happen the following day, but his visit in Australia would provide a great opportunity to deepen bilateral cooperation and also emerging in critical technologies, sports and sports science. Prime Minister Modi calls for a historic Australia-India cooperation also in nuclear energy and critical minerals. On your television screen, he's been welcomed. And these relationships with Australia not just present historic opportunities for both the countries, but the cooperation is going to deepen as we see in the nuclear and renewable energy, critical minerals and green hydrogen. Now, PM Modi was also speaking at the Australia-India Economic Roadmap business event after arriving in Melbourne. And what we learned is that he spoke on many matters. Right now you can see him shaking hands with the dignitaries of the Australian side. Prime Minister Modi also recently took on to the social media where he said India welcomes the Australian $500 million investment from the Australian Super, and he's announced by the Chief Executive Mr. Paul this morning in Melbourne. This is yet another glimpse of the global confidence in India's growth and reform trajectory, and it also reflects the immense opportunities that our dynamic economy offers to the global investors. India is targeting 500 gigawatt energy capacity by 2030. PM Modi says Australia can also accelerate energy transition. PM Modi on Thursday has said that Australia can play a significant role in helping achieve its target of 500 gigawatt of renewable energy capacity by 2030. PM Modi is also addressing the business leaders. He made the remark that India-Australia CEO Forum and Economic Roadmap business reception in Melbourne was attended by Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese. Viewers, we will continue tracking PM Modi in Australia, but coming up, PM Modi is on a 3-day official visit to Australia. He's received a ceremonial welcome in the Government House Victoria.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
जब तक लाजवाब न बन जाए उसे नहीं इत्मीनान है। तभी तो रिचमंड बनना नहीं आसान है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा आरती और मसाला।
First of all, let me qualify by saying that I've spent more than 25 years in that region. I understand. I hope I understand fairly well what is going on there. Number one, there is absolutely no trust between America, Iran, and of course, Israel is on the side of America. Plus, the Gulf nations also do not trust Iran at all. Now, I'll explain to you why I'm saying this. You've heard of a country called Saudi Arabia. Under American pressure, they joined, they signed a defense pact, a strategic defense alliance with Jihadistan, also known as Pakistan, under which some 8,000 Pakistani troops and one squadron of those useless Chinese fighter planes are stationed there. The Saudis don't know how to fight. The Iranians do. So the Saudis are hoping that if push comes to shove, if Iran attacks Saudi Arabia, then the Pakistanis will hit Iran. It's a very delicate situation. Now, first of all, I'm coming as an American. I'm wearing my American hat. Here I'm Donald Trump. I said, look, they are cheating us. We are wasting our time. There's no point in discussing anything because they are not serious. They're only trying to prolong the discussions while they rebuild whatever capacity they have lost. So that's the American perspective. And then he blasted NATO, Donald Trump, at the meeting in Ankara, that you guys let us down when we needed you, but it doesn't matter.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, everyday.
And don't forget that the other day he had mentioned or he had told Israel that he would ask Syria to tackle Hezbollah. Now, whether it will work or not, we do not know, and I doubt it. But nevertheless, Trump will try. If he succeeds, that will change the geopolitics of Middle East. Well, we know that after Assad fell and al-Shara took over, he had met President Trump first in Saudi Arabia, where President Trump was visiting. And the meeting took place because bin Salman, the Saudi crown prince, had invited him. In other words, al-Shara, despite his association with the Islamic State, in the past was rapidly accepted by Saudi Arabia and also by President Trump. In fact, he was the first Syrian president ever to be received in the White House. So it shows that, and don't forget that Assad was very, very close to Iran. But for Iran, Assad would have fallen much earlier. So for all these reasons, Washington, Saudi Arabia, and others want to cultivate him. And that is going on. And naturally, that is in his own interest because, Syria was under sanctions. Most of the
from Asia's largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
As we forge ahead towards a Viksit Bharat, we are getting our viewers all these updates which are coming in. As we forge ahead towards a Viksit Bharat, it's very important to note, viewers, that progress powered by Europe with the purpose, and we are getting these updates coming in. In fact, let's go straight across to what is happening. Republic brings you stories that reflect India's unwavering commitment to the mission. And it's about transformative growth, goes hand in hand with opportunities and community empowerment across the nation. This weekend, don't miss our special feature on the Ganga Expressway, a landmark project redefining mobility, powering economic progress and paving the road to an integrated, sustainable future. It's time for the headlines. Big red carpet given to Prime Minister Modi, nuclear, trade, technology on the agenda. Many fear trapped under construction building collapse in Delhi's Rohini search and rescue operation underway. Iran launches retaliatory strikes. Iranian media claims US bases in Kuwait and Bahrain hit in strikes. Trump loses the Iranian plot and says do not want deal with Iran, cannot let lunatics have nuclear weapons. Republic investigation forces Meta to issue detailed response on CSAM content. Meta goes all defensive, refuses to take ownership. Viewers, getting you updates coming in. Iran's Parliament Speaker Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf said that America still has not learned that bullying and breaking promises are no longer cost-free. He wanted that if US will strike, it will get struck. The Strait of Hormuz will only open with Iranian arrangements, not American threats. So big updates coming in here. Iranian Parliament Speaker Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf has warned that Hormuz will in fact open with Iranian arrangements only. So once again, we see that the Strait of Hormuz is being taken as hostage by Iran. We were trying to avoid this situation, but that situation is back again because US President Trump said that the ceasefire is over. We'll try to go across to our colleague in a short while from now, but the situation is looking very, very tense in terms of what's happening between West Asia. US and Iran trade strikes for second day after Trump said that the ceasefire is over. So that's what's happening right now. Middle East saw waves of attacks for a second day as the US and Iran further threatened their agreement to reach a peace deal. I want to go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. Let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. Yes, Shivam, you know, what we see right now is that it's bad news for everybody involved, because even though we saw the peace deal was signed between Iran and US and everybody thought that the Strait of Hormuz hostage situation is over, it looks like it is not, Shiva.
Yes, there were already tensions, and Donald Trump added fuel to the fire. The strikes against the Iranian regime, the IRGC, however they try to define it as calculated strikes, but that has escalated the entire situation, and we are back to square one when we talk about the war situation in the West Asian region, because there have been many strikes that are being reported, Shivangi, as we speak, in Kuwait, in Bahrain, and explosions are being heard, drones are being intercepted, and we are back to the war again, and it's a complete collapse of the ceasefire. It's a complete collapse of the memorandum of understanding. Now, coming back to the particular breaking here, Iran has warned America of strong retaliatory strikes. Now, we need to highlight the fact that there's the funeral procession, the funeral ceremony of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the ex-supreme leader of Iran, is ongoing. And these strikes, the retaliatory strikes by Iran, seem to be yet calculated comparatively. Just imagine if there was no funeral, there would have been a bigger response, because most of the regime leaders are occupied in the funeral processions and all of that's related to the funeral right now. But however, the strikes will increase, the situation will escalate, because there is no positive statement coming out from the United States this time. And Donald Trump has taken a very big decision, and this will definitely escalate the war situation. Oil prices are surging, tensions are increasing, air defenses are getting active in Kuwait, in Bahrain. That is all the military bases of the United States of America that are in Middle East, which, as you remember, Iran also earlier used to call them legitimate targets. Shivangi, over to you.
Hold on, Shivam, getting some more breaking news coming in for our viewers. The Kuwaiti army has said that its air defenses are currently confronting hostile missiles and drone attacks. The general staff of the army said that if explosion sounds are heard, they are the result of air defense systems intercepting the hostile attacks. Authorities have urged everyone to adhere to the security and safety instructions issued by the competent authorities. So big updates coming in here, Republic TV viewers. And I want to go back to Shivam if we have Shivam. Shivam, now we understand that Kuwait, Bahrain, Jordan, all these are prime locations, because in these areas, the US air bases are located. Right, Shivam? So this is where the US bases are located, and that's exactly where Iran wants to strike, Shivam.
Yes, definitely. That is why these are the legitimate targets, as Iran always used to claim that they are legitimate targets earlier in the war also, because this is not a war that's going on just since yesterday. It's a long going on war. It's happening since a very long time. Now, coming back to the breaking news development, the Kuwait's air defense have intercepted various drones and also missiles in this case. Now, air raid sirens are being heard in Bahrain as we speak, and Kuwait reports hostile missiles and drones. So not just drone attacks, but also missile attacks. And Iran is very much capable of wreaking havoc against the United States military. And it's getting difficult for the United States of America to keep their presence in the Middle East since the war started. And there has been a significant demilitarization, however, whatever they claim. Now, explosions have been reported in Iranian cities across the Strait of Hormuz, which includes Bushehr, it includes Chabahar also, Bandar Abbas, Sirik, Jask, and Abu Musa Island. And one person has already been killed, who was a firefighter. That's the reports, what the reports are telling us. And Donald Trump is calling this as retribution. So they are on a punishing spree, Shivangi. Both of them want to punish each other for the actions and reactions that they have been taken. The retaliatory strikes by US and the action by the Iranian regime, because US clearly has mentioned that if you want peace to prevail and the MOU to be active, you have to stop attacking commercial vessels. Definitely this time you can say that Iran started the war again because of the strikes against the commercial vessels. Iran was claiming that they were not adhering to our instructions, and even Baghai Ghalibaf, they all are claiming that even in the memorandum of understanding, it is clear that we are the ones who should have the control over the Strait of Hormuz. And Shivangi, Iran wants to enjoy the privilege of being the ruler of that location, that is the Strait of Hormuz, because they understand that there is no other military power which is as strong as the Iranian regimes, the IRGC, comparatively to all the Middle Eastern countries. And US, the presence of US is a very big headache and a very big threat for the IRGC, for the Iranian regime. So yes, there are interceptions, and we are back to square one, we are back to war.
That's right. I will come back to you, Shivam. Hold on for a second. The U.S. has carried out another round of strike against Iran. According to the U.S. Central Command, forces completed the strikes on July 8th to further degrade Iran's ability to attack commercial shipping at civilian mariners in the Strait of Hormuz. Central Command says U.S. forces hit approximately 90 Iranian military targets, including air defense systems, coastal surveillance, assets, missiles, and drone storage sites, naval capabilities, and military logistics infrastructure along Iran's coastline. Latest strikes follow offensive action carried out the night before. On July 7, Central Command forces had struck around 80 Iranian military targets, including more than 60 Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps small boats. The U.S. says this was in response to Iran violating the ceasefire by attacking 3 commercial vessels navigating the Strait of Hormuz. And I want to go straight across to my colleague, Shivam, Central Command adds the U.S. forces remain vigilant, lethal, and prepared to execute operations directed by the Commander-in-Chief. I really want to go across to you, Shivam. Shivam, what exactly is happening here? You know, we saw that Trump has called Iran, cuckoo, called them sick people. And now Iran saying that America is a big bully, but we will not stand down. So this is exactly what's happening on our screens.
Yes. Donald Trump went on to say a lot against the Iranian regime and the leaders, scum, cuckoo, and whatnot, and even filthy. Now, coming back to the reaction, there has also been a reaction to the statements of Donald Trump. They say that they don't want to fall to that standards, to the low level of the statements that are being made by Donald Trump. So that's the kind of reaction. To every statement, there is a rebuttal by the Iranian regime and the leadership of Iran. Now, the CENTCOM is releasing videos as usual. Donald Trump also is known for releasing many videos, including animated, AI-generated pictures, AI videos, and Iran knows how to respond to all of that. You had Lego videos being released by Iran also making fun of Donald Trump, but coming back to the topic, Shivangi, it's important to highlight that US is right now claiming more than 90 strikes, more than 90 targets that they have hit in Iran. However, there's no report as of yet of the mass casualties or something like that, because the media is quite controlled when we speak about the Iranian regime. So a lot of information is not coming out. So we'll have to wait for the response. But definitely there were power outages which were reported in Chabahar and at various places. Now they claim that they have repaired and everything is back on track, back to normal. But their air defenses are being struck, their towers are being struck. Destruction is happening in Iran, in Tehran, and there are many pictures that have also surfaced. And there are also US claims, and CENTCOM is releasing many videos claiming success. Donald Trump is on a spree of sharing videos. He's sharing videos on Truth Social, one video after the other. More than 8 to 9 videos have been shared by Donald Trump, and the videos have the pictures and videos of explosions at various cities in Iran. So this is retribution and punitive attacks as claimed by both the sides, that is the Iranian regime, and by Donald Trump, POTUS, President of the United States, Shivangi. Yeah.
Right. Well, thank you, Shivam, for getting us all those details. Shivam, we're tracking all the developments coming in the West Asia war. And Shivam, I really have to move ahead because we have to put our focus on what's happening in Maharashtra itself. In Pimpri Chinchwad, viewers, 9 people have been rescued so far after a building collapse. NDRF is conducting round-the-clock rescue operations at the site under the guidance of the Commandant SB Singh and on-site supervision of Assistant Commandant Praveen Dutt. NDRF personnel have been working through the night as of 6:30 a.m. today, July 9th, 2026. The NDRF team, along with other agencies, have rescued 9 people alive from the collapsed structure. According to local residents, a few more people are still suspected to be trapped beneath the debris. Search and rescue operations are continuing with full intensity using specialized equipment and technical search methods. NDRF says it is working in close coordination with the local administration and all concerned agencies to ensure a swift and effective response. So, viewers, we'll try to go across to our colleague in a short while from now. So, we'll go across to Revati joining us live. Revati, I'm coming across to you right now. And we see that the overhead operations are continuing in Pune. This is when a building collapse happened, Revati. Now, we also understand that because of the rain situation in Maharashtra is facing a monsoon fury. This rescue and relief operations, of course, could be facing a little bit of a hurdle. What happened overnight?
Right. So, as you rightly mentioned, due to monsoon, there's a dire situation everywhere because we can see infrastructure collapsing. Not only that, but also the natural disaster in various districts of Maharashtra. A very tall building fell in Pimpri-Chinchwad's Moshi area near the garbage depot, and around 15 to 16 people were trapped under the debris, is what the information says. But as of now, it's been more than 10 hours now that the rescue operation by the NDRF is underway, and as of now, 9 people are rescued live by NDRF. The efforts to rescue more people is currently underway. So the operation continues even after more than 10 to 12 hours. So it is expected that more 5 to 6 people might be found under the debris. Hopefully, they are alive there and they are rescued safely. But as of now, the rescue operation continues by the NDRF. Over to you.
All right, let's go across to, thank you, Revati. We are getting some live pictures coming in of Prime Minister Modi, who is in Australia right now. So let's go ahead to those pictures which are coming in. Prime Minister Modi in Australia, he has a lot of things to do in the agenda because he's attending multiple summits, multiple gatherings, and a lot will be discussed. Prime Minister Modi and Australia's Albanese are going to be holding bilateral talks. Prime Minister Modi has addressed the India-Australia CEO forum a short while back, and he has also been speaking to his counterpart. A short while back, Prime Minister Modi has said that addressed the Australia-India CEO forum in Melbourne this morning, and since 2023, this forum has gained remarkable momentum, reflecting the growing confidence in our economic partnership. I thank the Prime Minister for joining the interaction and sharing his vision for taking our economic ties to even greater heights. Prime Minister Modi is holding talks with his Australian counterpart in Melbourne, and the discussions are focusing on enhancing bilateral ties, strengthening cooperation in trade, defence, education, and people-to-people ties. The Prime Minister's visit is expected to accelerate the India-Australia Comprehensive Strategic Partnership and foundational framework governing the bilateral relations between the two countries. Okay, let's go straight across to my colleague Chandrakala, who's joining us. Chandrakala, pictures coming in from Melbourne, Australia, and we have a lot on the agenda because this visit also marks the bond between India and Australia. Yes.
Yes, in fact, we could see now more pictures from Melbourne coming in this afternoon. Of course, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has met Governor of Victoria, Margaret Gardner, and PM Albanese. And of course, he was given a welcome reception in Melbourne this afternoon, and we also saw he meeting the Australian Prime Minister Albanese, Anthony, for that matter. So yes, lots expected. What we are also learning is that Australia Business House has committed $500 million investment into India Infra Fund, which is a very, very important development, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi has welcomed it. It was announced by this investment is from Australian Super, and it was announced by their chief executive, Mr. Paul Scroder, this morning in Melbourne. This is, in fact, yet another glimpse of how India and Australia is elevating their ties and how India is emerging as one of the, all countries are looking up to India now. Of course, this is his second leg of his, leg of his visit, and this is a glimpse of the global confidence in India's growth and reform trajectory that the countries like Australia are now showing. Of course, it also, in fact, reflects the immense opportunities that Indian dynamic economy offers global investors, and Australia is one of them. We saw, of course, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, addressing the Australia Business Forum, which is very important, and lots are expected as far as engagement between both the countries are concerned, ranging from defense, trade, critical minerals. What is most essential is that a very, very important uranium supply deal is slated to be signed between both the nations, which is very important as far as India's energy push is concerned. Over to you.
That's right. Chandrakala, stay on with us, because we also understand that Prime Minister Modi is welcoming a lot of investment, and he's emphasizing that the announcement of investments coming in to India from Australia is a reflection of global confidence in India's growth trajectory.
Right. We saw that, Australia now announcing he will be also leading a senior business delegation to India. The Business Council of Australia will be also leading a senior business delegation to India during Australia Week in December this year. In fact, Australia being a very essential part of Quad, this is something which is very important. And as you have already mentioned that, India has been now welcoming Australian investment, and of course this development wherein the Australian Super is now investing another $500 million in India's National Investment and Infrastructure Fund is something very important for both the nation to elevate their ties, and as far as the India-Australia roadmap is concerned. And this new investment announced today, in fact, was established in 2015 to attract investors from around the world to deploy capital into infrastructure developments in India. So yes, a huge development, and this is his second leg of his visit, and more is expected as far as the defense trade is concerned between both the nations. And as I have also mentioned that, a commercial supply of uranium to support New Delhi's nuclear power generation goals is also on card, and various measures will be unveiled to bolster the cooperation between in terms of maritime security and defense during this visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi to Melbourne.
Right. Okay. Chandrakala, I also want to ask you this, because we understand that both the countries, India and Australia, are trying to make this a win-win proposition for both the countries. So they also want the faster conclusion of the proposed comprehensive economic cooperation agreement to deepen bilateral economic ties. So what is this agreement all about, Chandrakala?
Yes, so both the nations are now, eyeing to complete the comprehensive economic cooperation agreement to in fact build upon the interim economic cooperation and trade agreement that entered into force on December 29, 2022. While we know that ECTA successfully eliminated tariffs on all Indian export to Australia and reduced duties on key Australian goods into India. In fact, the upcoming, that's the SECA, that is the Comprehensive Economic Cooperation Agreement, in fact aims to broaden market access for complex sectors like critical minerals, labor, mobility and services. So yes, in fact, a very, very important visit coming after years, and also India's trade partnerships and with these countries are very important, and Australia being a very important partner for us as far as trade and investment is concerned.
All right, thank you for getting us all those details. And thank you, Chandrakala. We will be tracking Prime Minister Modi's Australia visit. Every update right here on Republic TV. Both the countries trying to really come together and make a win-win solution for everybody involved. Taking a short break, do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. 3 dead, many fear trapped after under-construction building collapses in Delhi's Rohini. Search and rescue operations have concluded. We will be getting our viewers more updates as more relief operations are being reported.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
And don't forget that the other day he had mentioned or he had told Israel that he would ask Syria to tackle Hezbollah. Now, whether it will work or not, we do not know, and I doubt it. But nevertheless, Trump will try. If he succeeds, that will change the geopolitics of Middle East. Well, you know that after Assad fell and al-Shara took over, he had met President Trump first in Saudi Arabia, where President Trump was visiting. And the meeting took place because bin Salman, the Saudi crown prince, had invited him. In other words, al-Shara, despite his association with the Islamic State in the past, was rapidly accepted by Saudi Arabia and also by President Trump. In fact, he was the first Syrian president ever to be received in the White House. So it shows that, and don't forget that Assad was very, very close to Iran. But for Iran, Assad would have fallen much earlier. So for all these reasons, Washington, Saudi Arabia, and others want to cultivate him. And that is going on. And naturally, that is in his own interest because, Syria was under sanctions. Most of the sanctions have been revoked. And you know that the other day,
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
First of all, let me qualify by saying that I've spent more than 25 years in that region. I understand. I hope I understand fairly well what is going on there. Number one, there is absolutely no trust between America, Iran, and of course, Israel is on the side of America. Plus, the Gulf nations also do not trust Iran at all. Now, I'll explain to you why I'm saying this. You've heard of a country called Saudi Arabia. Under American pressure, they joined, they signed a defense pact, a strategic defense alliance with Jihadistan, also known as Pakistan, under which some 8,000 Pakistani troops and one squadron of those useless Chinese fighter planes are stationed there. The Saudis don't know how to fight. The Iranians do. So the Saudis are hoping that if push comes to shove, if Iran attacks Saudi Arabia, then the Pakistanis will hit Iran. It's a very delicate situation. Now, first,
Hello and a very good morning. You're watching Live and Breaking. My name is Nayan. We'll tell you about the Republic Conclave that's happening. It's India's defense force and story which is entering a transformative new era. Now powered by indigenous innovation, cutting-edge emerging technology, and also the rapidly expanding defense industrial ecosystem. As the nation accelerates its journey towards strategic self-reliance and the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, Republic brings together the policymakers, defense leaders, innovators, and also industry pioneers shaping the future of national security. Join us on the 18th of July in New Delhi for Republic Defence Forces' first conclave, Bharat, the defence powerhouse, where the spotlight will be on the next generation of military technologies, advanced defence platforms, indigenous capabilities, and government and industry partnerships driving India's technological transformation. Stay tuned for insightful conversations, exclusive perspectives, and also ideas that will define the future of India's defence ecosystem. Now time for the headlines. Let's delve in. Australia rolls red carpet for PM Modi, nuclear trade and tech on agenda. 3 dead, many feared trapped after under construction building collapses in Delhi's Rohini. Search and rescue operation conclude. Iran launches retaliatory strikes. Iranian media claims US bases in Kuwait and also Bahrain hit in the strikes. Trump loses the Iranian plot, says do not want to deal with Iran, can't let lunatics have nuclear weapons. Republic investigation forces Meta to issue detailed response on CSAM content. Meta goes all defensive, refuses to take ownership. Viewers, getting the first breaking news of the hour. This is coming in from Rawalkot. It is an escalation that has taken place where tensions are now going cross-border. Reports say that a firing took place between the rangers and the police around the Kotriwala in Dharna in Rawalkot. Now, security forces have also been advancing towards the Kotri protest site from both the Rawalkot and Shujabad sides. Now, these are violent clashes and firing by the Pakistani rangers and police, and they have been reported around the Kotriwala Dharna in Rawalkot. Now, the Pakistan-administered Kashmir, this is the Rawalkot side. Now, also security forces are reportedly advancing on a sit-in site from both Rawalkot and Shujabad directions. This is raising concern over civilian casualties and further escalations. Big breaking news coming in at the hour. These are civilian lives that are now on cost. I have my colleague Gursimran live joining us on a phone call right now. Gursimran, these are live visuals coming in from the Pakistan-administered site, and now security forces are also advancing in, and these are civilians at the end of the day, Gursimran, whose lives are at stake.
See, today is considered as the D-Day for the ongoing protest of the Pakistan Joint Awami Action Committee that is fighting for its democratic as well as the basic human rights. And today the call was given that everyone will start the march towards the Rawalkot sit-in Dharna in the main area of the Eidgah. And what has happened that today morning, the Pakistani Rangers as well as the Islamabad police and the POJK police reached the Dharna site. They are advancing from the Rawalkot side as well as the Shujabad side towards the Dharna site, and they have resorted to firing. The firing has taken place, we are told, for 15-20 minutes, after which there has been a lull. But the operation of the Pakistani state is continuing on the people of Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir, especially at a time when Pakistan feels threatened, because now the Joint Awami Action Committee has termed this movement as do or die movement, and Pakistan also knows that if the Kashmiris in the Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir, they decide to go do or die, they are going to do it, and that is going to mount trouble on the Pakistani federal government as well as the government of POJK, because the elections that are slated to take place on 27th of this month, they are very likely to be postponed due to the prevailing situation that is there. And also the locals, the way they are showing the resentment, it is very likely that the people will come out on the streets of POJK today in large numbers. So keeping that in view, there was an attempt to actually instill fear among the locals by coming out and opening fire on the civilians, though we are told that there has been no fatal casualty, at least as of now. But the information that is pouring in is very limited due to the internet clampdown that has taken place. So for now, only some of the text exchange could be possible with those who are part of this sit-in dharna or the senior leadership of the Joint Awami Action Committee.
Right.
But they have said that there was a firing for 15-20 minutes, but then the people have shown their resentment. They stood firm, and the Rangers have to retreat back. Now have to see how things pan out in the entire day.
Right. Gursimran, please stay with us. There's another breaking news coming in at this hour. The statement from the Awami Action Committee, the committee that has alleged that Pakistani Rangers have desecrated the sanctity of the tents and homes by committing violence against children and women. Now, reports are indicating that many people have been arrested, and the committee is saying that it has reportedly stated that they are peaceful people and have instructed the public to remain peaceful. And it's also warning the rulers to come to their sense, or else public resistance will sweep them away. A statement coming in from the Joint Awami Action Committee. Gursimran, I'm coming back to you. What are the updates that you have on this for us?
See, the statement has been issued by the Joint Awami Action Committee, and this reads that the Rangers from the Tattapani area, that is just opposite to the Poonch-Mendar area, they have resorted to violence against the citizens, so the women, the children, they are subjected to the torture, and also their houses have been vandalized by the Pakistani Rangers. And this has been the new norm that we have seen in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, especially after the people's voice came out in open. They are trying to threaten them. We have seen that the activists of the Joint Awami Action Committee, their families are being arrested, their relatives are being harassed, their shops are being vandalized, their homes are being completely destroyed. And also we are witnessing that the level of the torture and the atrocities is going to a next level, and that is what is being witnessed in this statement that has been issued by the Joint Awami Action Committee.
Right. Gursimran, clearly these are very tense times happening in the other side, which is the Pakistan-administered side. But thank you so much for joining us and giving us those important updates. Right now, shifting our focus to another Republic investigation, which has into the child sexual abuse material on the Meta's platform entering Day 3. And then these disturbing findings continue. Even after being confronted with evidence, Instagram and Facebook continue to host content involving sexual exploitation of children. Now, amid the mounting scrutiny, Meta has issued a statement, while the government sources say that the matter is being closely watched. Republic's investigation also reveals that much of the content remains accessible, raising fresh questions over platforms' accountability and compliance with Indian laws. Here's a report that we have. Take a look.
For 3 days now, Republic's investigation has exposed child sexual abuse material that continues to be hosted on Meta's platforms, Instagram and Facebook.
I don't know what's wrong with Meta, but something is completely wrong with them. They're a company in denial. Somebody from Meta sends us pretty stupid email back to Republic saying, can you tell us what the URLs of the accounts and content you are talking about is so we can review them? I want to tell Meta, are you out of your mind? Don't you have any common sense? If you are allowing, encouraging, and your algorithms are allowing, possibly promoting child sexual abuse material, you're asking us to tell you, you can't find out what kind of exploitation of children, exploitation of child sexual abuse material. We owe you no explanation. You, on the other hand, Meta, owe it to the people of India, sooner than later, in your interest, to pull back all that, acknowledge the crime you've been doing, and apologize to the people of India and the world.
The Republic investigation has forced Meta to finally issue a statement. But in the statement, an acknowledgement of failures. And statistics thrown off the volumes of child sexual abuse material available online. The government of India is watching. Sources in the government have today responded to the investigation. Republic's investigation on the third straight day has found more such materials still accessible on Instagram and very freely available. Distressing visuals of toddlers and minors in compromising positions continue to be available on Instagram and Facebook. As of this moment, Republic's investigation shows the problem has not gone away. The pressure on Meta is mounting, and so are the questions over its ability to protect children online. And most importantly, adhere to the laws in India.
A story that we will continue to track, but shifting our focus to the markets, which are reacting to the escalating tensions in the Gulf. In India, the Sensex is up by 0.33% and the Nifty is up by 0.25% in early trade. These are the reports. These are coming in after the reports of the ceasefires have collapsed, and the weight is, of course, on the sentiment. Oil prices have surged by approximately 1%. We will be telling you all about that. And also, this has come in after the US President Donald Trump has declared that the ceasefire between the United States and Iran is over. So, of course, there's sentimentality in the market, which has shown that there is a 1% increase in the price of petrol. In fact, the Brent crude is also up by $78 per barrel, and also the WTI is at $74 per barrel. Now, we will be shifting our focus to Asia and also to South Asia, where the Kospi has bounced back to 3% a day after sliding into the bear market territory. Now, Wall Street figures are also showing, futures are also showing flat. The Dow is dipping while the Nasdaq is edging up. Now, all of this is despite the ongoing jitters in the Gulf situation that we understand is taking so far. I have my colleague Rishita joining us from the newsroom right now. Rishita, thank you so much for joining us from the digital newsroom. We're tracking the market right now and understanding that there has been, of course, sentimentality with the war that's going on. So, Rishita, coming back to you and understanding what is that one or sector or one commodity who's going to gain from this whole situation?
Right. So absolutely, post the Dalal Street crash yesterday, the Indian stock market has expressed a slight relief at 9:15 a.m. today, as it's standing at 23,946, trading in green at 0.25% up by 84 points, while the Sensex stands at 76,748, trading in green at 0.33%. So in the early trade, if we talk about the sectors and the broader sectoral indices, the ones that are looking positive are sectors like FMCG, auto and realty, while the IT sector is trading in red at 1.6%. Now, in terms of stocks, Eternal, Titan are looking positive for now, while Dr. Reddy, HCL Tech have started in red. Now, Asian equities had quickly recovered on Thursday as investors had sort of returned to semiconductor stocks. When we talk about the global cues, S&P futures were marginally lower. Futures tied to the Dow Jones Industrial Average were down by 28 points. Now, speaking about Asia, South Korea's Kopsi had surged on Thursday after falling into a bear market the day before. It has advanced by 2.88%. But until the entire situation has sort of de-escalated, we'll have to stay tuned for what the markets turn out throughout the day.
Right, Rishita. Thank you so much for giving us those updates. In fact, the market is definitely reacting, and there is an escalation because of the tension. And in India, like you rightly said, the Sensex is up by 0.33%. So yes, looking forward to more good news or hopefully better market in the future. Rishita, thank you so much for joining us from the digital newsroom.
Thank you.
Your Excellency, thank you very much for the warm hospitality and the grand reception accorded to me and my delegation. Yesterday night we arrived very late, but still the senior members from your government were there to receive me. This shows the respect and the emotions that you have towards India. From the bottom of my heart, let me extend my heartfelt gratitude.
Excellency, आपने सही कहा, एक के पास एक है तो दो होता है, लेकिन एक के साथ एक होता है तो लेवल हो जाता है। और सत्य अर्थ में आज भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया साथ साथ है, इसलिए एक के बगल में एक दो नहीं हो रहा, एक के बगल में एक 11 हो रहा है।
And Your Excellency, you're right. Traditional wisdom says that 1 + 1 is 2. But when India and Australia come together, 1 + 1 is 11.
एक्सेलेंसी, आपने सही कहा, कई क्षेत्र ऐसे हैं और सबसे पहले तो मैं आपका और पूरी सरकार का अभिनंदन करता हूं कि एक्टर को जिस तेजी से आपने यहाँ लागू किया, जमीन पर उतारा और सीका के लिए एक प्रकार से मजबूत ग्राउंड बना दिया है। और अब हमने बहुत तेजी से सीका में आगे बढ़ना चाहिए, क्योंकि हमारे लिए इतनी ऊंचाइयों को पाने का अवसर है, ये अवसर हमें गंवाना नहीं चाहिए।
Excellency, you're absolutely right. There's a huge potential for our relationship across several sectors. And I would like to congratulate you and your government on the speed with which we've been able to implement ECTA on the ground. This has provided us a very solid foundation to take our discussions forward on SICA. SICA also brings in a lot of potential for our bilateral relationship. And we must not miss this opportunity. We must also conclude this SICA at the earliest.
Excellency, मैं अभी कह रहा था गवर्नर साहब को कि भारत के लोगों को ऑस्ट्रेलिया बोलना आए या ना आए और किसी शहर को जाने या न जाने, लेकिन भारत के एक छोटे से गांव का छोटा बच्चा भी मेलबर्न जानता है, क्योंकि क्रिकेट के कारण वो मेलबर्न से इतना परिचित है, उसको लगता है जैसे मेलबर्न हिंदुस्तान में ही है।
Excellency, I was just telling the governor that even if people in India have never visited Australia, do not know even as, the many great cities that you have here in Australia, but even a child from a very small village in India would know Melbourne because of cricket and the MCG.
Excellency, हमारे कई क्षेत्र ऐसे हैं व्यापार के, अब तो डिफेंस का क्षेत्र भी ऐसा है, स्पेस का क्षेत्र ऐसा है, टेक्नोलॉजी का क्षेत्र है, और 21वीं सदी जब टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन शताब्दी है तो हम मिलकर के उस क्षेत्र में भी काफ़ी कर सकते हैं। और खुशी की बात है हमारी युवा जनरेशन एक प्रकार से साथ साथ ग्रो कर रही है। जिस तेजी से भारत के युवाओं को यहाँ पर स्वागत सम्मान मिला है, दो देशों की युवा शक्ति का साथ साथ ग्रो होना, वो भी दुनिया के लिए यानी पूरी सेंचुरी के ऊपर एक बहुत बड़ा पॉजिटिव इम्पैक्ट करने वाली एक बहुत बड़ी प्रयोगशाला बन रहा है ऑस्ट्रेलिया इंडिया का।
Excellency, there are several fields in which our relationship is strengthening, be it trade, defense, space and technology. 21st century is a technology-driven century, therefore it's very important for us to work together. And I'm happy to note that our younger generation are growing together and taking this forward. And Australia has welcomed India's youngsters to Australia. Our young generations, they have a chance to grow together. And when they grow together, they can emerge as a very influential force that can make a positive impact in the globe today. And Australia is an experiment ground that can provide them the basis for doing so.
जिसके डीएनए में डेमोक्रेसी है, टेक्नोलॉजी सहज स्वभाव है, इनोवेशन के प्रति रुचि है, और मैं समझता हूँ टेक्नोलॉजी के प्रति कमिटेड है। ऐसी एक सोसाइटी पूरा विश्व के लिए एक बहुत बड़ा कैटलिटिक एजेंट का रोल करेगा। और ये मैं साफ साफ देख रहा हूँ कि भारत ऑस्ट्रेलिया के संबंधों में से विश्व को बहुत बड़ा लाभ होने की संभावना में देख रहा हूँ।
And when there is democracy in the DNA of a society, technology comes naturally to a society, and society is committed towards innovation. Such societies can play a very positive role as a catalytic agent in taking the world forward. And I can see that in India and Australia because we share these similar traits, and if we can work together, we will emerge as a very positive force that can bring positive changes in the world.
Excellency, maritime sector और space, समुद्र और space, ये दोनों एक बहुत बड़े अवसर के रूप में और बहुत बड़ी चुनौती के रूप में उभर रहे हैं। हमारे पास उसमें सामर्थ्य है, हम मिलजुल करके इस सामर्थ्य को कई गुना बढ़ा सकते हैं।
Excellency, maritime and space. These are two critical sectors that bring huge opportunities, at the same time also some challenges. And we have strengths in these sectors. If we can work together, I think we can make a huge contribution.
Excellency, मैं तो हमेशा बराबर आपको फॉलो करता हूँ, और उसमें भी आईटी और सोशल मीडिया की दुनिया में जिस प्रकार से आप कानूनों में बदलाव ला रहे हैं, समाज को बचाने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं, वो दुनिया के लिए बड़ा इंस्पायरिंग है। हम आपसे बहुत कुछ उसमें से ले रहे हैं, आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं।
Excellency, I follow very closely the kind of work that you are doing with respect to information technology and social media, the kind of legal reforms that are happening.
All right, that is Prime Minister Modi holding a conference in Australia, answering questions and having a conversation with the Australian counterpart. Now, the meeting is coming after Prime Minister Narendra Modi arrived in Australia on Wednesday and was accorded with a grand welcome. Now, during the three-day visit, Modi and Mr. Albanese are expected to hold wide-ranging discussions, and these discussions, as you can see on your television screen, will be centered around defense, security, trade and investment, also education and mobility, and people-to-people ties. Now, this is a departure before the visit, and the Australian visit will provide an opportunity to further deepen bilateral cooperation in emerging and critical technologies, sports and sports science. Earlier today, in the Australian time, Prime Minister Modi met the Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese in Melbourne, and this is the second leg of his three-day nation tour in Indonesia. Viewers, panic and uncertainty gripped the midtown Manhattan after fears that an under-construction high-rise building collapse scare forced the authorities to evacuate nearby hospitals, homes and businesses. Tourists and residents were left stranded, with some unable to collect their passports, medication and personal belongings. In fact, before the officials confirmed, the structure has been stabilized. There's more on this story. Take a look.
A major evacuation in the heart of Manhattan triggered chaos after concerns emerged over the stability of an under-construction residential tower. Hotels, homes and businesses in the area were evacuated as emergency teams cordoned off parts of Midtown Manhattan.
So we were evacuated from a hotel yesterday with all of our stuff inside, passports, belongings, we weren't allowed back in. And medication. And no one would help us, and we were on the streets all night until midnight. And then my mum has finally managed to somehow secure us a hotel, and now we just need to get our stuff back. So we fly home tomorrow with no passport. So.
The building at the center of the incident is the former Pfizer headquarters, currently being converted into more than 1,600 luxury apartments as part of New York City's largest office-to-residential conversion project. Among those affected were visitors from Scotland who said they were forced to leave their hotel without passports, medication or luggage.
People's safety, we don't blame them, but they could have given us 5 minutes to grab our belongings, instead of just saying everybody out, everybody out, everybody out, and we've been left with nothing. We've slept in the streets last night. The police wouldn't help us. We were sleeping rough last night. The police told us to get it. They weren't interested. It's been awful.
The disruption extended beyond tourists. Residents and workers reported cancelled appointments, delayed travel and widespread inconvenience as evacuation orders remained in place around the affected area.
So I had to go to the consulate yesterday to get my documents and stuff like that for my passport and whatever. And I took yesterday off to do that, and I couldn't do that yesterday because they ended up evacuating the building right beside it. Yeah, so I have to take time again out today to do that.
Officials later announced that engineers had stabilized the structure and that monitoring showed no further movement after the initial emergency.
But living in the city, we need to do better with building infrastructure just so that you're not delaying people like that.
While the immediate collapse risk has been contained, the disruption has left many questioning how quickly such a large-scale evacuation had to be carried out, and whether enough was done to support those forced to leave everything behind.
Viewers, we're heading into a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere. There's a lot more lined up on the other side. Iran launches retaliatory strikes. Iranian media claims US bases in Kuwait and Bahrain hit in the strikes. Coming up after a short break.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड। चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
First of all, let me qualify by saying that I've spent more than 25 years in that region. I understand. I hope I understand fairly well what is going on there. Number one, there is absolutely no trust between America, Iran, and of course, Israel is on the side of America. Plus, the Gulf nations also do not trust Iran at all. Now, I'll explain to you why I'm saying this. You've heard of a country called Saudi Arabia. Under American pressure, they joined, they signed a defense pact, a strategic defense alliance with Jihadistan, also known as Pakistan, under which some 8,000 Pakistani troops and one squadron of those useless Chinese fighter planes are stationed there. The Saudis don't know how to fight. The Iranians do. So the Saudis are hoping that if push comes to shove, if Iran attacks Saudi Arabia, then the Pakistanis will hit Iran. It's a very delicate situation. Now, first of all, I'm coming as an American. I'm wearing my American hat. Here I'm Donald Trump. I said, look, they are...
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी। थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
And don't forget that the other day he had mentioned or he had told Israel that he would ask Syria to tackle Hezbollah. Now, whether it will work or not, we do not know, and I doubt it. But nevertheless, Trump will try. If he succeeds, that will change the geopolitics of Middle East. Well, you know that after Assad fell and Al-Shara took over, he had met President Trump first in Saudi Arabia, where President Trump was visiting. And the meeting took place because bin Salman, the Saudi crown prince, had invited him. In other words, Al-Shara, despite his association with the Islamic State in the past, was rapidly accepted by Saudi Arabia and also by President Trump. In fact, he was the first Syrian president ever to be received in the White House. So it shows that, and don't forget that Assad was very, very close to Iran. But for Iran, Assad would have fallen much earlier. So for all these reasons, Washington, Saudi Arabia, and others want to cultivate him. And that is going on. And naturally, that is in his own interest because, Syria was under sanctions. Most of the sanctions have been revoked. And you know that the other day, President Macron was there. So Syria has made a 180-degree change of course. And don't forget that the other day he had mentioned or he had told Israel that he would ask Syria to tackle Hezbollah. Now, whether it will work or not, we do not know, and I doubt it. But that apart, naturally, Trump wants to, what shall I say, make use of Syria for his regional purposes, and it is quite possible that he wants to persuade Syria to normalize relations with Israel. But that will not be too easy. We know about, the Syrian territory which Israel is holding, and I doubt whether Israel will ever relinquish that. But nevertheless, Trump will try. I don't think the United States is running any risk. And also, let me make it clear that there are thousands of IS, Islamic State prisoners in Syria, and Al-Shabaab.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good morning, viewers. Republic School of Journalism, India's most sought-after live learning program, has now opened applications for its 2026 batch. RSJ was launched with a single mission to train the next generation of journalists, not in classrooms, but on the field, live as news breaks. Covering elections, covering wars, and the biggest stories of our times under the direct mentorship of India's best journalists at the Republic Media Network. And the results speak for themselves. 100% of students from RSJ's inaugural batch are now placed, and they're working in our newsrooms right now. The new batch begins this August, and aspiring journalists can apply online now at that link on your screen, www.republicschoolofjournalism.com, or call at 836-999-5400 to know more. It's time for the headlines. The top headlines tracking right now: Australia rolls red carpet for PM Modi, and nuclear trade tech is on the agenda. Three dead, many fear trapped after under construction building collapses in Delhi's Rohini. Search and rescue operations conclude. Iran launches retaliatory strikes. Iranian media claims US bases in Kuwait and Bahrain were hit in strikes. Trump loses the Iranian plot and says, do not want deal with Iran, cannot let lunatics have nuclear weapons. Republic investigation forces Meta to issue detailed response on CSAM content. Meta goes all defensive, refuses to take ownership. Updates coming in. Remember that the war is back. That is right, between Iran and United States. Iran's Parliament Speaker Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf said that America still has not learned that bullying and breaking promises are no longer cause-free. He warned that if US will strike, it will get struck. Strait of Hormuz will only open with Iranian arrangements and not American threats. So big updates coming in here, viewers. And Iran making it very clear that bullying will not work anymore. Because Iran had said that America only bullies. They like bending the rules. But on the other hand, Trump has called the people of the leaders in Iran sick people. And he has said that no matter what America asks for or makes a deal with Iran, they will keep making nuclear weapons. Well, that's the allegation that Donald Trump has made against Iran. All right, let's go straight across to Ambassador Deepak Vora, who's joining us, former diplomat. Ambassador, what is exactly happening here? You know, you had also said earlier that President Trump, whenever he tries to make a deal, he himself does not follow through. And now we understand Iran is once again standing and saying that we will not take American bullying. Mr. Vora.
Oh, thank you very much. Can you hear?
Yes, Mr. Vora. Yes, Ambassador, we can hear you. All right. Okay, let's go straight across. We'll connect back. Yes.
Very bluntly. Finish by saying that, ma'am, Iran wants nuclear weapons at any cost. It has claims to dominating the entire Middle East. I personally would be very frightened of Iran having a nuclear bomb. They are quite capable of giving it to one of their proxies, teaching them how to use it, and blasting Israel. They have made no secret of the fact that the Jews have no right to exist and Israel should be obliterated from the face of the earth. No, thank you, ma'am. I do not accept this kind of nonsense, this kind of xenophobia against a particular community. Secondly, people say that Trump wants to get out before the midterm polls to save face. Not at all. My assessment is quite the opposite. He wants to trash Iran because America loves a strong leader. Americans love to have a good fight. Trump himself has said that he likes that Katie Marshall, that buffoon from Jihadistan, because he's a great fighter. He said the same thing about the Syrian. He said the same thing about our prime minister. I love people who can fight. This is an old American cowboy tradition, and it's there in their heart. So Trump wants to trash Iran and go to the midterms telling people, look, I've made sure that Israel survives and that the Middle East does not have a threat from Iran. Today, if the Gulf states want America's presence, it's because of the threat from Iran. Initially, America built all those bases in the early 90s after the Soviet Union collapsed because they were scared. And Saddam was doing all kinds of funny things. So the Americans hit Saddam and said, now we are going to be present here to deter any further aggression. So if you keep this in mind, it's pointless for Iran to provoke America and to provoke the whole world. I, as an American, will tell my president, thrash the fellows. I, as an Iranian, will say, all right, I'm used to Qurbani, I'm used to dying, so I'll die. And I, as an Indian, and the rest of the world will say, look, Israel and Iran, go to the moon, sort out your issues, come back and tell me who won. Why am I suffering for a war that I have no role in? Iran is losing global support, ma'am. Today, it's at the lowest level of international support. Oh, you can make all kinds of claims that we are a superpower, we are a hyperpower, we are this. You are not. You are being beaten black and blue, and you are not able to stop the thrashing. You are just able to attack American bases. And then again, ma'am, we were told that all the American bases had been obliterated. So who are you attacking now? Are you attacking the king's? Are you attacking the king's palace? Who are you blowing up? You are hitting Bahrain. You are hitting Kuwait. You think they are going to accept Iranian leadership? No, thank you, ma'am.
Ambassador Vora, we get your point, but I really want for you to hold on because we're getting joined by Major General K.K. Sinha, who's joining us, defense expert. Thank you for joining us here, Major General. Now we understand that threats are being traded, and we have been talking about the war for so many months now. You yourself have been speaking to Republic and decoding the war. But it looks like the peace deal is completely shattered. Did you expect things to go this bad, Major General?
Good morning and Jai Hind. Yeah, when we say that, it can go to that extent, you're asking question that, whether I, appreciated or in my, understanding it will go that bad. The state of Hormuz is the issue now. State of Hormuz, the way the leveraging, Iran has got. He has got a new weapon in his own system. And by that, they can globally hit, to put the people on, on a threshold. What is happening that even the celebrations till 9th is not over and Iran retaliated, that mistake they have done it. in Strait of Hormuz, they hit the 3 tankers, and then the Americans has retaliated. And this time, mind you, even Chabahar port has been hit. Chabahar port is the Indian, investment is there. We do not know the damages, but they have hit even Chabahar. Bandar Abbas, Hormuz, and Chabahar is far apart, but they have hit, including Qasim. But the matter of the fact is that America, of course, I was listening, is, it is a decline path, and is getting proven, time and again. Yesterday, the revelation has come from the Trump that their aircraft carrier was hit by, they tried to hit, this is what he said, that, and it had been hit by Iran. And that is not a small deal. It is a big deal. If you know that there was a fire in the Red Sea on the United States, America, Gerald Ford, which is the biggest nuclear submarine, it was hit. And the admission has come from Trump. So Trump is also in a big fix. I do not, appreciate, what happens in November. That is not the matter. And that is not the way. But the way globally the things are happening. And yesterday, our Prime Minister from Australia, he has given a very big call. The complete world community has to come together to solve this issue. It is beyond America. It is beyond Iran. Iran has learned it in a harder way. And they have got something strategic in their hand now. If it is not controlled, it will spiral. But everyone, if you see in the complete Persian Gulf, the people are realizing that, they can't align themselves to any power. And this realization has come with the Saudi Arabia. If you see the pattern of hitting now by... Absolutely. And Iran, someone is saying that Iran will go down. But why it has not gone down? 40 days war has not able to do it. And in 20 days, last year, nothing happened. You see, and they are surviving. 70%. This is not mine. If you see the deep analysis of Americans, what is coming out, on very reliable, the military sources, including Pentagon, 70% of their missile is intact. Now they have got more than what is the nuclear, is the Strait of Hormuz. In spite of, Americans taking claim that they have got 4 aircraft carrier, they have got the strike group of the Marine in the form of assault, they are not able to get inside that. They are absolutely 1,000 kilometers away from there. So by airstrike, which they have, termed it, and it has not been coined now, the above the stripe, horizon strategy, which America said that in West Asia will do it. And he is not able to do it because Afghanistan is got away from there. They have not achieved anything. They have, depleted their complete stockpile of interceptors. They are militarily down.
Major General, I really want you to hold on for a second there because we're getting some more breaking news. I really want our viewers to understand that all different sides of the escalation. The Kuwaiti army has said that its air defenses are currently confronting hostile missiles and drone attacks. General Staff of the Army said that if explosion sounds are heard, they are the result of air defense systems intercepting the hostile attacks. Authorities have urged everyone to adhere to the security and safety instructions issued by the competent authorities. Okay, so this is a big update coming in. We are getting a reaction from US President Trump. Let's play it out.
Do you know why they had us close our window blinds? That was not usual. Well, yeah, because you're, probably on a dangerous flight because of the sleaze bags that we have to deal with. So you think that Iran was possibly thinking, trying to... Well, if they asked you to close your windows, probably they feel that way. They didn't ask me to close mine, but if they did, I would have done it. These are sick people. So I could see something like that. I didn't know they did that, but I could see something like that.
Were you aware of any credible threat by Iran against Air Force One?
Well, I have a threat all the time. I'm number 1 on their list before you. But if I go, you go, right?
But was there a specific
perhaps someday you want to change professions. What do you have, Daniel?
All right, let's go across to our guest, Ambassador Deepak Vora and Major General K.K. Sinha. I'll first take a quick reaction from Ambassador Vora. Ambassador Vora, we just heard President Trump, he said strikes would get much worse while he was leaving Ankara. And this is not the only statement coming in from President Trump. On the other hand, Iran has said that strikes will get 5 times worse after the funeral of their previous slain supreme leader, Deepak Vohra. So what are we looking at in terms of escalation?
Yeah. Ma'am, once again, I just heard General Saab, whose knowledge is much greater than mine, whose perception is much more than mine, say America is a declining power. Happy birthday, sir. Who has the courage to take on America? I quote Mark Twain, reports of my death are highly exaggerated. America may not be the supreme commander for everything, but they have economic issues, social issues, etc. Militarily, no one can match them. I've heard assessments, America has lost 90% of its military capability. Even if it has 1%, that's 1,000 times more than what Iran has. Let's be realistic about it, not emotional. Second thing you've said, what is Donald Trump saying? He's saying, I'm going to hit you. He announced that I'm going to hit you in the night. He hit them. Because today Iran has lost credibility, has lost the support of the world. Who told you to hit those 3 tankers or 4 tankers in the Strait of Hormuz? Secondly, on the 27th of February, 28th of February morning, traffic was normal in the Strait of Hormuz. Nobody had any issues. Iran laid no claims to ownership of the strait. It was only after this they suddenly realized, let's violate every international law, the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, and claim that Hormuz belongs to us. It doesn't. So I think that America today has legal. The war today, the most important thing, nobody's talking about Iran's nuclear program at the moment. They are talking about Hormuz. Israel is sitting on the sideline because they are interested in clobbering Lebanon and the Hezbollah in Lebanon. And finally, I remind you of the MOU Clause 4, which both sides unconditionally free navigation for everybody, and there will be no tolls or taxes. This is Clause 4.
All right, yes, Ambassador Vohra, absolutely. Well, yes, Ambassador Vohra, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for joining us here. Ambassador Vohra was with us, and I really want to go back to Major General K.K. Sinha, defense expert. Major General, okay, I want to once again talk about what Iran has said. Iran is saying it would retaliate, that's happening already, and said the Strait of Hormuz will only open with Iranian arrangements, not American threats. What is this supposed to mean? We saw that the Strait of Hormuz was taken hostage by Iran earlier. Are we looking at a similar situation once again? What about the oil prices, which are also jumping once again, Major General?
The oil prices, is jumping just because of the market, both Sensex and Nifty. This is a market game they are playing. Otherwise, if you take it, including West Asia, the pumping of more oil is being done by UAE. It is 3 times more. OPEC has got no control now. Even Saudi Arabia is putting, the prices of oil down. There is, there is no scarcity of energy anymore. The people have realized, including India, we have diversifying our oil intake. So it will lose its, those, threat that, the energy is going to be the only issue by which the world can control. And when the Donald Trump came, he thought, he gave a strategy. Dig, baby, digs. Means, he told America, because America has got a huge reserve, that you have to dig and produce more oil. And that's why he went to Venezuela. He wanted to come to Iran, and that was the deal. When Steve Witkoff and Krishna, he has gone over there, they have gone for the oil only. And they know my IRGC now controls the oil. They were not able to get it, the oil. That is why America is gone for the above the horizon strategy. Someone, the ambassador was saying, that, America has got military power, no doubt about it. They have got asymmetric warfare. But in 21st century, asymmetric matrix, it also goes to the weaker side. It has proven in Vietnam, it has proven in Afghanistan, it will be proven in Iran now. Iran, things are intact. That's why they can take a chance to hit. When the celebrations are on of Super Day Khak, and last day, they are hit. So they have understood the power which they have got. And this power actually, when the Supreme Leader Ayatollah Al-Khamenei Mustafa is different. Mustafa has served for 10 years with Iran and Iraq. And he knows the military power is not obsolete. The comprehensive national power has got many things. And the geography is in their sight of Iran. It is not how many aircraft you have got, how many you have got Potela moving over there, your aircraft carriers over there. It doesn't work out because that has got a saturation point. And I think in military domain, this asymmetric matrix is now playing in 20th century. Both, if you see into the transatlantic area, basically I'm talking about Russia-Ukraine war, and now in trans-Mediterranean, which we say West Asia, it is happening that same way, and it will happen in Indo-Pacific. And that's why, if you see our thrust, why Prime Minister is going, to the Indo-Pacific, why Japanese Prime Minister, South Asian, your South Korean, premier, he was here in India and trying to have. The thing is changed. The battlefield is changing very, very fast. And this America has to realize, and they have realized. They are, generals are, resigned from Pentagon. Why they have? They know that this hegemonic behavior can't carry, you say, I will take the Greenland, I will take this, I will take India. This is not the way the things are going to happen. The visions of America is getting over, and you have to understand they are declining power, and they have to behave that way. You can't be bullies all the time to everyone.
Major General, I really want you to hold on for a second there. We're getting some more breaking news coming in for all our viewers. I want to tell our viewers that US is carrying out one more round of strikes against Iran. According to US Central Command, forces completed the strikes on July 8th to further degrade Iran's ability to attack commercial shipping and civilian mariners in the Strait of Hormuz. Central Command says US forces hit approximately 90 Iranian military targets, including air defense systems, coastal surveillance assets, missile and drone storage sites, naval capabilities, and military logistics. On your screen, viewers, is the video which has been posted by the US Central Command. They keep posting these videos. They keep showing the targets and strikes from their side. And let's go to Major General K.K. Sinha. Latest strikes follow offensive action carried out the night before. Okay, so 80 Iranian military targets have been struck, Major General, including more than 60 Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps boats. According to you, are we looking at more strikes? Because earlier we saw a lot of civilian areas being struck, especially in Iran. We saw some civilian areas being struck in Israel because Israel was also involved. There was a cross-fighting between Israel and Lebanon earlier. Are we looking at a bigger striking zone, Major General?
I think America is going restraining itself. They have not gone to Qom. Today in the Qom, it is south of Tehran, where the Thingar processions are on, I think, and Ayatollah al-Khamenei will rest. He has not gone any of these areas. He has not gone in Tehran. They have not gone to any site which we keep talking about, whether it is Fordo, whether it is Isfahan, or Natan. They have not gone for these areas. They have gone for the military target, as you've said very correctly, that 80 targets. That is basically the air defense system. Their command and control headquarters of IRGC. They have gone along the coastal line, and coastal radar installation they are hitting. Anti-ship missile battery, 60 Iranian, you brought it out, the fast boat. But fast boat, when you hit, it is a very small target. Whether you will destroy, they will be able to destroy. But the fast boat are, they're disposable. These fast boats are disposable. Half of them are not manned. So if you destroy, I think Iran has got a capability, and Chinese and Russians are giving them. Their supply line through Caspians are open. Point is like this: how far the America can go on this doing? This is a Trojan conflict. It will remain. Only the whole global community has to come and take note of it. The Persian Gulf states are now independently acting. UAE is out from OPEC. Saudi Arabia is saying we will put the oil price down. This crisis will be, only thing, and this is what the Prime Minister has been saying in Australia, that individually every community has to come together and can't be leave it to the Iran and Americans and Israel to do the things. It is hitting the world community. Recession, it can go to depression. It can be much more, devastating. But it is given an opportunity to the world community to look the affairs and don't leave it in the hand of OPEC or in the hand of America to decide everything.
Major General, getting some more updates coming in for our viewers. We're getting another big breaking news from US-Iran conflict. Deputy Governor of Kazakhstan is wounded in an American attack near Ahvaz. Okay, so one more update coming in, viewers of Republic TV. We understand that the Deputy Governor of Kazakhstan has been wounded. This is Kazakhstan. I want to go straight across to Major General on this. Major General, we understood earlier that US strikes, we're talking about the first round before the peace deal, they tried to target IRGC headquarters, they tried to target the commanders, the military sites in Iran, etc. But here, do you think this attack of a deputy governor of a region being wounded was something that America is wanting? Do they want to target military leaders and officials once again in Iran?
I think you said that is happened in Kazakhstan. See, as we see geographically, Kazakhstan is very far off from here. And I don't know whether they have been in Kazakhstan deputy governor wounded. This is coming in your breaking news. And whether he was...
Major General, this is an area in Iran. It's Khuzestan. It's a province in Iran. Yes. Deputy governor of an Iranian province called Khuzestan.
Means that area inside the Iran which has been hit and deputy governor. I think it is a big escalations. And they, of course, when they have gone for 40 targets on 28 February, they have hit knowingly that, those targets which was eliminated with a clear, inputs in that intels there. Now in this, if the intel is there and there is still hitting, and I believe the deputy governor has nothing to do with the IRGC. He is just governing those provinces there. So it is near Awaj, if he is in what is coming. The strike has gone to Awaj. Awaj is very well. That's why what I was bringing it out. It is near, Chabahar area. So in that Chabahar area, if they have gone, and this is the first time it's a hit, our interest lies over there. So let's see how far it can go. And I believe what the Donald Trump is saying that, the escalation will be 20 times more. Iran says, okay, wait for this. We will go 5 times more. It is going to carry on like this till the time a deal is signed. MOU and deal are two different, things. As for the ceasefire, which was started on the 8th of April, and thereafter in the June, when the MOU is signed, 18th of June, thereafter it is escalating as the will prevail. Iran escalates sometime, retaliation comes from America. America tried to do it. They did try to do it with Apache. It was put down by Iran, and Iran, carries out. These are cycles and targeting in this area, and they will keep doing it. And this is actually the Trojan conflict. The conflict has to be managed, and that's what in India is saying. The whole world community
Absolutely,
has to
Major General.
Diplomatically, politically, to take note of this.
Absolutely. Thank you for joining us, Major General. I'm really, really sorry that I have to interrupt you because we're running out of time in this show. But after the break, we'll be right back. Trump is losing the Iranian plot, says do not want deal with Iran, cannot let lunatics have nuclear weapons. So basically, escalation is continuing. And here on Republic, we get to the analysis and all the decoding. Stay tuned. We are live and breaking.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान। अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
First of all, let me qualify by saying that I've spent more than 25 years in that region. I understand. I hope I understand fairly well what is going on there. Number one, there is absolutely no trust between America, Iran, and of course, Israel is on the side of America. Plus, the Gulf nations also do not trust Iran at all. Now, I'll explain to you why I'm saying this. You've heard of a country called Saudi Arabia. Under American pressure, they joined, they signed a defense pact, a strategic defense alliance with Jihadistan, also known as Pakistan, under which some 8,000 Pakistani troops and one squadron of those useless Chinese fighter planes are stationed there. The Saudis don't know how to fight, the Iranians do. So the Saudis are hoping that if push comes to shove, if Iran attacks Saudi Arabia,
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta. India's defense story is entering a transformative new era, powered by indigenous innovation, cutting-edge emerging technology, and a rapidly expanding defense industrial ecosystem. As the nation accelerates its journey towards strategic self-reliance and the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, Republic brings together the policymakers, defense leaders, innovators, and industry pioneers, shaping the future of national security. Join us on 18th July in New Delhi for Republic Defense Forces' first conclave, Bharat, the defense powerhouse, where the spotlight will be on next-generation military technologies, advanced defense platforms, indigenous capabilities, and the government and industry partnerships driving India's technological transformation. Stay tuned for insightful conversations, exclusive perspectives, and the ideas that will define the future of India's defense ecosystem. Now let's shift our focus and get you all the top headlines of the hour. Australia rolls a red carpet for PM Modi. Nuclear, trade and tech on agenda. Three dead, many feared, trapped after under-construction building collapses in Delhi's Rohini. Search and rescue op concludes. Now, Iran launches retaliatory strikes. Iranian media claims US bases in Kuwait and Bahrain hit in strikes. Donald Trump loses the Iranian plot, says do not want to deal with Iran, can't let lunatics have nuclear weapons. And Republic investigation forces Meta to issue detailed response on CSAM content. Meta goes all defensive, refuses to take ownership. All right, viewers, let's begin this bulletin with a big breaking news development that we are getting from Delhi's Rohini. Now, in Delhi, a building collapse in Rohini Sector 16 has claimed the lives of 3 people. Now, according to the fire department, the incident occurred during renovation work at the building, and 3 people were pulled out from the debris. Now, 2 were declared dead at the spot, ladies and gentlemen, while 1 injured person was rushed to the hospital. Another person has been rescued by locals before firefighters arrived and was later declared dead at the hospital. The fire department says the rescue operation is now complete, but teams remain deployed at the site as a precautionary measure. So the death toll in Delhi building collapse rises to 3. All right, Saurav is live with us with all the latest details in this case. Saurav, if you can share the latest updates in the story, we are getting to know the number of casualties and the rescue operations which were underway, and as per the department that it's complete now. But over to you for the latest details, Saurav.
Yes, Shivam, as you rightly mentioned, that 3 people lost their life in this tragic incident which unfolded on Wednesday's afternoon in the national capital. And as you can see now, the work of clearing the debris from the streets and the area is currently going on, and the rescue operation is completed in the morning nearly around 6:50 a.m. And according to the police officials, 3 people were rescued who were rescued from the debris. They were dead, and the identity of those 3 people are: one is Ram Dua, who is the owner, who is the father of the owner of this building. And apart from this, there is another Ram Kishore, and there is one labor caste who lost their lives in this tragic incident. And apart from this, the one person was rescued alive. His name is Saddam, and he is currently undergoing treatment at the Ambedkar Hospital, which is a nearby hospital from this particular area. And now, as you can see, the bulldozer and the JCBs are in action, and they are clearing the debris from the spot. Apart from this, I would like to show our viewers that there is a bike which is fully destroyed after this building collapse. A person, Ram Kishore, who was traveling from this street during the time this building was collapsed, this bike belongs to him only, and this is the bike which is currently present at the spot. And apart from this bike, there is also a Swift car, white color Swift car, which is present at the location. That car is completely got destroyed, and it got squeezed as the house collapsed on it itself. And now the debris is getting cleared from the site. However, the accountability is still not being fixed by the authorities, as the DDA seem to pass the buck to the MCD that the whole area is denotified in 2016, and now this to look out this area, the responsibility falls to the MCD. However, the MCD has claimed that the area's map was passed under the Saral scheme, and the building plan was also passed by the MCD only, Shivam.
Yes, sort of also, if you can share the updates on how this complete sequence of events, how the calamity happened, how the tragedy happened, and when did the rescue operations exactly start, and what were the precautionary measures taken by those involved in the rescue, and how the debris is being cleared right now, and what are the updates on that?
Yes, Shivam, definitely. On Wednesday afternoon at around 4:20, a PCR call was made from the site regarding a building collapse. This was a 4-story building which got collapsed like a deck of cards on Wednesday afternoon. As according to the information, some construction work was going on in this building, and the plumbing work was going on the ground floor of this building, because of which some drilling machines were being used. And the authorities are also ascertaining that the torrential rain which the Delhi is witnessing is also might be the reason of this building collapse. And at the time of the collapse, several laborers were working inside the building, and the building was under construction, and because of that only, at the time of the collapse, several people were trapped under the debris of this building. And as soon as the police official arrived and the NDRF teams and other emergency agencies arrived at the location, the rescue operation started immediately. They have also brought the fire tenders along with several ambulances, so that as soon as a person is rescued from the debris, they can be shifted to the nearby hospital. And as you can see now, the rescue operation is complete in the morning, and currently the work of clearing the debris at the site is going on. This building belongs to Ram Dua and another person, Vinod Dua, and police has also registered an FIR against them, and the relevant sections of culpable homicide have been invoked in the FIR. And the police has recovered 3 people from the debris, and both all the 3 people when rushed to the hospital, they were declared broad dead. And I have already told the identity of all the 3 people who got deceased in this whole tragic incident. However, the accountability is still yet to be fixed, that why such a major building collapse incident took place, why there were no safety precautions taken by the person who was carrying out the construction work at this newly building, Shivam.
Okay. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for all the updates in this case. Keep tracking of all the developments. We'll come back to you as more details emerge. Thanks a lot. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another big breaking news development that we are tracking, and this is from Pimpri Chinchwad, Maharashtra. Now, 9 people have been rescued so far after a building collapse. Now, NDRF is conducting round-the-clock rescue operations at the site. Now, under the guidance of Commandant S.B. Singh and on-site supervision of Assistant Commandant Praveen Dhat, NDRF personnel have been working through the night as of 6:30 a.m. today, July 9th, 2026. The NDRF team, along with other agencies, rescued 9 people alive from the collapsed structure. And now, according to the local residents, a few more people are still suspected to be trapped beneath the debris, beneath the rubble. Now, search and rescue operations are continuing with full intensity using specialized equipment and technical search methods. NDRF says it is working in close coordination with local authorities, local administration. All right, Satya Prakash is live with us with all the latest details. Satya Prakash, जिस तरीके की तस्वीरें सामने आई थी वो डरा देने वाली थी. किस तरीके का मलबा यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रहा है, कैसे ये घटना जो है पूरी घटित हुई? सत्य प्रकाश, अगर आप मेरी आवाज़ को सुन पा रहे हैं, उसके बारे में ज़रा विस्तार से बताइए. घटना घटने का एग्जैक्ट वक्त क्या था और अभी क्या चल रहा है? सत्य प्रकाश. We'll try to reconnect with Satya Prakash, but this is a big update. 9 people have been rescued in Pune building collapse case, and we talk about the rescue operation. NDRF's overnight rescue op continues in Pune, and these are visuals, as you can see from Pimpri Chinchwad.
We have used a dog and that all. Up till now, no audible signs are there. Both, dogs has applied his sensory and that tracking pass, and LD, we are using live detector, acoustic sensors are there. So nothing has come out till yet. But we are trying to locate them. One more body has been sighted. It will take time, another half an hour to 2 hours, but we'll take it out.
Around 3 body has been traced.
3. One has come out. Second is visible from a far away, but lot of rocks are there, which have to be taken out manually, but it will take another half an hour to 2.5 hours. That's we'll.
All right, these are the visuals of the rescue operation.
देखिए किस तरह से जो बिल्डिंग है टेढ़ा हो चुका है और आर्मी के जवान, एनडीआरएफ की टीम, साथ ही महानगर पालिका की टीम यहाँ पे मौजूद है और लगातार रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन किया जा रहा है. अभी एक शख्स को निकाला गया है, 10 लोग को निकाला गया है और अंदर जो है 6 से 7 लोग फंसे हुए हैं. 3 मंजिला ये बिल्डिंग है और बिल्डिंग का धराशायी इसलिए हुआ क्योंकि लगातार बारिश हो रही थी और ये कचरे का ढेर है. वेस्ट ऑफ एनर्जी का प्लांट है और जो बिल्डिंग बनाई गई है कचरे के ढेर के बगल बनाई गई थी और कचरे का ढेर सरका नीचे आया और बिल्डिंग के ऊपर जाके गिरा और जिसकी वजह से ये बिल्डिंग जो है धराशायी हुई है. एक हिस्सा गिर चुका है और नीचे मलबे में कई लोग अभी भी फंसे हुए हैं. आर्मी के जवान, एनडीआरएफ की टीम लगातार कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि जो लोग अंदर फंसे हैं उनको बाहर निकाला जाए, क्योंकि तस्वीरें देखिए सबसे बड़ी दिक्कत हो रही है क्योंकि कचरे का ढेर हटाने के लिए, क्योंकि पूरा कचरे का ढेर है, पूरा पहाड़ है कचरे का, ये पूरा कचरे का पहाड़ है और सबसे बड़ा दिक्कत हो रहा है किस तरह से कचरे का ढेर हटाया जाए, मलबे से हटाया जाए और मलबे से लोगों को निकाला जाए. लेकिन कहीं न कहीं कोशिश किया जा रहा है. लगभग कई जेसीबी मशीन है, फायर ब्रिगेड की टीम है और लगातार कोशिश किया जा रहा है कि जो लोग अंदर फंसे हैं उनको जल्द निकाला जाए. अभी तक जिन लोग को निकाला गया है, 10 लोग को निकाला गया है, उनको हॉस्पिटल ले जाया गया है और वहाँ पर उपचार चल रहा है उनका. फिलहाल लगातार जो है हर तरह से कोशिश किया जा रहा है कि जो लोग अंदर फंसे, क्योंकि 18 घंटे से ज़्यादा हो चुका है, लगातार एनडीआरएफ, आर्मी के जवान लगे हुए हैं. जेसीबी मशीन द्वारा, हथौड़ी द्वारा तोड़ के निकाला जा रहा है और सबसे बड़ी दिक्कत ये हो रही कचरे के ढेर को लेकर. कचरे के ढेर सड़क रहा है जिसकी वजह से कहीं रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन में कहीं देरी हो रही है. जी.
All right, so these are the visuals of the rescue operation, and as you can see, this is the garbage mount that has slid and fallen on the building, and that is why it has wreaked havoc. And this was an administrative building which was situated next to the mountain-like pile of waste. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another big development that we are tracking from POK, Rawalakot. Now tensions have escalated in Rawalakot. Reports say firing took place by rangers and police around Kotariwala Dharna in Rawalkot. Now, tensions escalate. Pakistani Rangers and police fires at protesters towards the Kotri protest site from both the Rawalkot and Shujabad sides. Now, these are the protesters, and this is the tension that has escalated in Rawalkot POK. And this is one among the many videos that we have, and we'll play for you, where you can see a mass mobilization under a single call, under a united call for protests against the Pakistani administration. But the brutality is getting caught on camera. They're harassing children, they're harassing the Pakistani army, are harassing women. All right, viewers, let's go across to Gursimran, who joins us live. Gursimran, the many reports that we are receiving, one, the claim by JAC on how they're harassing the women, the children, they're using water cannons and whatnot, and the strategy, the brutality, which gets highlighted every now and then. And this is an ongoing protest, and it has escalated, and various reports of police brutality, including firing directly at protesters, is getting reported. But what's the latest that's happening?
See, every possible means is being used by the Pakistani federal government and the Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir government to crush the movement of the people of Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir for their basic right as well as for their democratic rights. Today morning, though there is a complete internet clampdown, despite the clampdown, there have been several information that has been able to actually sneak through from the clutches of the Pakistani government, that there has been a firing on the protesters in the Rawalkot sit-in protest. The forces were trying to actually head towards the protest site, and they were stopped by the protesters, after which the forces resorted to fire on both the sides, from the Rawalkot and as well as from the Shujabad. And they were trying to advance, but they were actually forced to retreat by the civilian population of the Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, because today, being the 9th of July, it is going to be the D-Day. Reason being that the timeline, the ultimatum that was given by the Joint Awami Action Committee, that has yielded no result, and the Pakistani government is adamant that they are not going to roll back the 12 seats that are elected from outside the Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, and then they rule and dictate the wrongdoings of the Pakistani establishment upon the people of POJK. So that was the time that was given, but now it seems that the threshold has been crossed, and the Joint Awami Action Committee has said that this is a do and die movement, and now it is visible on the ground as well when the people are coming out on the roads. Though there is an internet clampdown, but several of the videos have also surfaced in which it can be clearly seen that the people are saying that
all right, Gursimran, there is a breaking news coming in. Let's cut across to that. Yeah, there's a joint statement coming in.
Reflects our shared commitment to a peaceful, stable and prosperous Indo-Pacific region. We will boost strategic coordination, increase the complexity of our defence exercises and further build interoperability between our defence forces. We undertake to consult on defence-related developments in the Indo-Pacific that affect our shared interests. In addition, we have endorsed a joint maritime security collaboration roadmap and agreed to a new Australia-India partnership on cyber, critical technologies and supply chains. Today we have welcomed the signature of the Memorandum of Understanding for the Australia-Canada-India Technology and Innovation Partnership, driving trilateral cooperation with our shared partner Canada on critical and emerging technologies. And as we expand our cooperation in science and technology, we have agreed to commission a temporary space tracking terminal on Cocos Keeling Islands, which will support India's landmark Gaganyaan human spaceflight program. Of course, no country has been immune to the economic impacts from the conflict in the Middle East, and as such, the Prime Minister and I have welcomed a joint statement on energy security. This statement recognises the importance of supply chain resilience and accelerating the energy transition, including promoting the uptake of renewable energy resources and the electrification of our energy systems. For too long, we have worked with connected supply chains but disconnected approaches. This action is a step to bridge that divide. Today we can confirm the signing of the administrative arrangement to enable uranium exports to India for peaceful purposes under the 2015 Australia-India Nuclear Cooperation Agreement. The arrangement facilitates Australian uranium exports to India to help increase the share of non-fossil fuel power capacity, providing an additional market for the Australian resources sector. I'm also pleased to announce that Australia will re-award permanent major project status for its Project Ceres, helping facilitate the development of Australia's largest urea plant in Karratha, Western Australia. Further, we have confirmed their ongoing cooperation on critical minerals, including a refreshed MOU between Geoscience Australia and Geological Survey of India. Finally, I welcome progress to repatriate the remains of an Australian First Nations ancestor held in the Government Museum of Chennai. The ancestor will be voluntarily and unconditionally repatriated by India to their traditional custodians. In the spirit of friendship, Australia will voluntarily return several items of cultural significance to India previously held in the collections of the National Gallery of Australia and the Art Gallery of New South Wales. Prime Minister Modi, I thank you sincerely, you and your delegation, for your warm engagement. While we are separated by an ocean, we are indeed the closest of friends. Today marks the next era in our partnership as we are reminded that we need to continue our ongoing work. I invite you, Prime Minister, to deliver your remarks.
Thank you. Your Excellency, Prime Minister Albanese, दोनों देशों के डेलीगेट्स, मीडिया के साथियों, नमस्कार। मेलबर्न में मेरे और मेरे डेलीगेशन के शानदार स्वागत और आतिथ्य के लिए मैं अपने मित्र प्रधानमंत्री एल्बेनीज का हार्दिक आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। उनके व्यक्तिगत प्रयासों ने, उनके कमिटमेंट ने भारत ऑस्ट्रेलिया संबंधों को नई ऊंचाई और व्यापकता दी है। उनके इस बहुमूल्य योगदान के लिए मैं उनका अभिनंदन करता हूं। फ्रेंड्स, भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया दो वाइब्रेंट डेमोक्रेसीज हैं, दो मल्टीकल्चरल सोसाइटीज हैं और दो महत्वपूर्ण ओशन पावर्स हैं। हमारी ये समानताएं और हमारा कॉमन वर्ल्ड व्यू हमें गहरे आपसी विश्वास के साथ निरंतर आगे बढ़ने की प्रेरणा देते हैं। हमारी कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप ने पिछले कुछ वर्षों में अभूतपूर्व प्रगति की है और आज तीसरी एनुअल समिट से हमारे सहयोग में कई नए आयाम जुड़े हैं। 2022 में किए गए इकोनॉमिक कोऑपरेशन एंड ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट से हमारे व्यापार और निवेश का दायरा लगातार बढ़ा है। अब हमने कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव इकोनॉमिक कोऑपरेशन एग्रीमेंट यानी सीका पर तेजी से काम करने का निर्णय लिया है, जो दोनों देशों के लिए बैलेंस, एम्बिशियस और विन विन होगा। हम बायलैटरल इन्वेस्टमेंट ट्रीटी पर भी तेजी से आगे बढ़ेंगे। हमारी रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी पार्टनरशिप क्लीन एनर्जी और क्लाइमेट एक्शन में हमारे प्रयासों को साकार रूप दे रही है। इसके तहत हम इन्वेस्टमेंट, टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफर और इंडस्ट्री टू इंडस्ट्री कोलैबोरेशन पर विशेष बल दे रहे हैं। पीएम सूर्यघर योजना को सपोर्ट करने के लिए हमने मिलकर गुजरात में रूफटॉप सोलर ट्रेनिंग एकेडमी बनाई है। यह एकेडमी अनेक महिलाओं और युवाओं की कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग में योगदान देगी। न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में आज हमने एक महत्वपूर्ण समझौता किया है। इससे ऑस्ट्रेलिया से भारत को यूरेनियम सप्लाई का मार्ग खुलेगा और हमारे क्लीन एनर्जी के उद्देश्यों को नई ताकत मिलेगी। क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स में हमारा सहयोग हमारी स्ट्रेटेजिक सिक्योरिटी और क्लीन एनर्जी ट्रांजिशन के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है। इसी सोच के साथ आज हमने ऑस्ट्रेलिया इंडिया पार्टनरशिप ऑन साइबर, क्रिटिकल टेक्नोलॉजीज एंड सप्लाई चेन्स यानी AI पैक्ट की पहल ली है। हम मिलकर क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स कॉरिडोर पर भी काम करेंगे। साथियों, इंडो पैसिफिक केवल दो महासागरों का संगम नहीं है, यह भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया जैसे लाइक माइंडेड डेमोक्रेसीज के शेयर्ड एस्पिरेशंस का भी प्रतीक है। रक्षा और सुरक्षा में सहयोग बढ़ाने के लिए आज हमने एक महत्वपूर्ण जॉइंट डिक्लेरेशन जारी की है। भारत ऑस्ट्रेलिया डिफेंस इनोवेशन कॉरिडोर से हम डिफेंस स्टार्टअप्स और इंडस्ट्रीज को जोड़ने पर काम करेंगे। हमारे मैरीटाइम सिक्योरिटी कोलैबोरेशन रोडमैप से इंडो पैसिफिक में हमारे साझा प्रयासों को नई ताकत मिलेगी। हम शिप बिल्डिंग, शिप रिपेयर और मेंटेनेंस में भी मिलकर आगे बढ़ेंगे। फ्रेंड्स, आज हमने कई क्षेत्रीय एवं अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मुद्दों पर भी विस्तार पूर्वक चर्चा की। भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया मानते हैं कि आतंकवाद केवल किसी एक देश के लिए नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता के लिए गंभीर चुनौती है। इसलिए आतंकवाद के खिलाफ हमारी लड़ाई भी साझा है, हमारे संकल्प भी अटूट है और हमारा सहयोग भी लगातार मजबूत हो रहा है। हमारा यह भी मानना है कि विश्व के अनेक भागों में चल रहे तनावों और युद्धों का समाधान डायलॉग और डिप्लोमेसी से ही संभव है। पूरे इंडो पैसिफिक क्षेत्र में हम मिलकर पीस, स्टेबिलिटी, फ्रीडम ऑफ नेविगेशन और रूल्स बेस्ड ऑर्डर को और मजबूत करेंगे। फ्रेंड्स, हमारे संबंधों की सबसे विशिष्ट ताकत हमारे पीपल टू पीपल टाइज है। भारतीय मूल के लोग ऑस्ट्रेलिया के आर्थिक और सामाजिक जीवन में सकारात्मक योगदान दे रहे हैं। ऑस्ट्रेलिया भारतीय छात्रों के लिए पसंदीदा डेस्टिनेशन रहा है। भारत में ऑस्ट्रेलियन यूनिवर्सिटीज के कैंपस खुलने से हमारी नॉलेज पार्टनरशिप में नया अध्याय जुड़ा है। हम दोनों देशों के बीच स्टूडेंट्स, प्रोफेशनल्स और टूरिस्ट के बीच आदान प्रदान बढ़ाने के लिए प्रयास करते रहेंगे। साथियों, आज जब हम दुनिया की स्पोर्टिंग कैपिटल मेलबर्न में हैं, तो स्पोर्ट्स की बात न करना वैसा ही होगा जैसे क्रिकेट में टॉस के बाद मैच ही शुरू न करना। क्रिकेट भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के रिश्तों की अपनी डिप्लोमेटिक लैंग्वेज है। इसलिए हमारी मीटिंग्स भी क्रिकेट जैसी लगती है। एजेंडा वनडे जैसा फोकस है। डिसीजन ट्वीट एंट्री जितने तेज है और पार्टनरशिप टेस्ट मैच जितनी लंबी और गहरी। आने वाले वर्षों में दोनों देशों में ओलंपिक्स और कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स जैसे बड़े स्पोर्टिंग इवेंट्स आयोजित किए जाएंगे। इससे हमारा खेल सहयोग तो बढ़ेगा ही, स्पोर्ट्स इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में निवेश की भी अनेक संभावनाएं बनेगी। फ्रेंड, आज की हमारी चर्चा का भाव स्पष्ट रहा है। भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया की पार्टनरशिप केवल वर्तमान की नहीं, भविष्य की पार्टनरशिप भी है। हम हमारे साझा विजन पर मिलकर आगे बढ़ते रहेंगे। प्राइम मिनिस्टर एल्बेनीजी, आपकी मित्रता, आपकी प्रतिबद्धता और आज की सार्थक चर्चा के लिए मैं एक बार फिर आपका आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। मुझे और 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों को जल्द से जल्द भारत में एक बार फिर आपका स्वागत करने में खुशी होगी। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
First of all, let me qualify by saying that I've spent more than 25 years in that region. I understand. I hope I understand fairly well what is going on there. Number one, there is absolutely no trust between America, Iran, and of course, Israel is on the side of America. Plus, the Gulf nations also do not trust Iran at all. Now, I'll explain to you why I'm saying this. You've heard of a country called Saudi Arabia. Under American pressure, they joined, they signed a defense pact, a strategic defense alliance with Jihadistan, also known as Pakistan, under which some 8,000 Pakistani troops and one squadron of those useless Chinese fighter planes are stationed there. The Saudis don't know how to fight. The Iranians do. So the Saudis are hoping that if push comes to shove, if Iran attacks Saudi Arabia, then the Pakistanis will hit Iran. It's a very delicate situation. Now, first of all, I'm coming as an American. I'm wearing my American hat. Here I'm Donald Trump. I said, look, they are cheating us. We are wasting our time. There's no point in discussing anything because they are not serious. They're only trying to prolong the discussions while they rebuild whatever capacity they have lost. So that's the American perspective. And then he blasted NATO, Donald Trump, at the meeting in Ankara, that you guys let us down when we needed you, but it doesn't matter. We'll go it.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Citizenship, and it's no mail-in ballots. Other than it would be very, easy on this, frankly. But military, illness, disability, vacations, you can't get there. You're away, business. But other than that, you should go and vote. And if you don't, people cheat. People cheat. You look at California. Look at what happened in this Spencer Pratt thing. I mean, when the votes, hundreds of thousands, probably millions of votes. God, well, he didn't make the runoff. He was so far ahead of third place. It was ridiculous. started an investigation, they would have gotten Steve Hill now too. So we're a third world country in some states with respect to voting.
Friday is the deadline for the housing. Friday is the deadline after which the housing bill will become law without your signature. Will you
I'll make a decision. It's not that I dislike it. I dislike the fact that people aren't voting for voter ID with a picture. How can you not vote for voter ID? And by the way, the public wants it 94%. Voter ID, proof of citizenship, no mail-in ballots, other than with the exceptions.
On Venezuela, did you tell Machado not to go back to Venezuela the other week? And what's your relationship?
You mean, can I tell him a long time ago?
No, Maria Corina Machado, the opposition figure. Did you tell her not to go back?
Oh, no, not at all. No, she's terrific. She's a wonderful person. Did she go back? I guess, right?
She didn't, and it was reported that
she did or didn't.
She did not. It was reported at the State Department.
I did not tell her not to go back. I think she's a good person. She gave me the Nobel Prize, right? So how can I dislike her? She won the Nobel Prize. She said the only one that should win it is Trump. I didn't know her at all. So she said Trump settled 8 wars, which is true. They were talking about it today.
All right, viewers, now let's begin this bulletin with the big breaking news development, because this is Donald Trump is speaking, and also the strikes are increasing. The US has now carried out another round of strikes against Iran. Now, as per CENTCOM, forces have completed the strikes on July 8th to further degrade Iran's ability to attack commercial shipping and civilian mariners in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, as per CENTCOM, US forces have hit approximately 90 Iranian military targets, including air defense systems, coastal surveillance assets, missile and drone storage sites, and naval capabilities, and military logistics infrastructure along Iran's coastline. Now, the latest strikes follow offensive action carried out the night before on July 7th. Now, CENTCOM forces have struck around 80 Iranian military targets. The total they speak is of 90, including more than 60 IRGC small boats, Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps small boats. Now, the US says that this was in response to Iran violating the ceasefire by attacking 3 commercial vessels navigating the Strait of Hormuz. So these are punitive strikes, as Donald Trump also claims. Now, CENTCOM adds that the US forces remain vigilant, lethal, and prepared to execute operations directed by the Commander-in-Chief. So this is released by CENTCOM. So these are one among the many videos which have been released by CENTCOM in this case, and these are the strikes which are being conducted by the United States military. All right, Sierra Claire, US foreign policy expert, joins us live from Los Angeles. Thanks a lot, Sierra, for joining us at this moment. If you can comment on what exactly is happening, because the war was supposed to stop, and there was diplomacy at play, there was dialogue at play, and it was the negotiations period. Even Donald Trump highlighted that we have the capability, we can strike, but the funerals are on, there will be no strikes. What exactly went wrong? Was the move by IRGC the main reason, or there are other factors also involved?
Yeah, absolutely. Good question. I think obviously the repeated violations of the ceasefire are the main issue. But according to my reports and information that I'm getting, there's also been a wave of increased executions in Iran of peaceful protesters, civilian dissidents, these type of people who have expressed displeasure with the regime. And, you know, this has been a red line for President Trump from the beginning of him dealing with Iran. So it wouldn't surprise me as well if, you know, the internal things that go on in Iran and those types of human rights violations and violations of agreements that President Trump has asked to have with the Iranian regime also come into play here.
Yes, definitely, Sierra. But if you're highlighting, you're putting a very strong statement here. You're saying that the executions have increased since the war stopped. You want to make this point that the Iranian regime is back on crackdown on the protesters. They were unsuccessful previously, and now they are doing it.
Right. I mean, that's according to reports that I've seen. So, and it's very hard to get information about what is going on in Iran, but that's according to reports of what I've seen that is currently going on in Iran. And yes, during the funeral, which, again, the funeral is a very political event. So obviously right now the regime is wanting to crack down. They're wanting to, have more control over the population, and as well as put out all of this propaganda, and that's also a reason probably for the strikes this week. The regime wants to show, that they have some kind of control over the Strait of Hormuz. Of course they don't, but during the Supreme Leader's funeral, I think all of this propaganda and the hardline elements of the regime are really pushing for these type of things.
All right, Sierra, please stay with us. We have another big breaking news development. Let's go across to the breaking. We'll need your comment on that too. Now, this is about the sirens which have sounded in Kuwait, and alerts were issued in Qatar and Bahrain after Iranian retaliatory strikes over the Gulf following larger US airstrikes on Iran early Thursday. Now, the attacks, which hit military sites and ports including Bushehr's nuclear complex and southern cities like Bandar Abbas, came after President Trump said that Iran's targeting of ships in the Strait of Hormuz ended the ceasefire. And Kuwait has reported intercepting drones and missiles with no immediate damage confirmed in the Gulf states. Now, these are one among the many visuals that we are getting, and these are among the many visuals that we have. Sierra, it brings the entire Middle Eastern region back into conflict, and nobody is gaining from them. The presence of United States military in that region is what Iran claims is not necessary. But what are the arguments that will be presented or are being presented by the United States that, yes, we need to be in this location? Is it just for Israel? Is it for your strategic interests? Is it for oil? And is it because the vessels which were attacked, they were not US vessels? Why exactly the retaliation, escalation in this case?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they aren't U.S. vessels, but, this is, you can even see this statement from Secretary Hegseth. He was testifying to Congress about something totally different, but he said the U.S. Navy is what protects commercial shipping. The U.S. Navy is basically the guarantor of the global economic system when it comes to commercial shipping. So, of course, that's why the United States is responding to these attacks on commercial vessels, in addition to the fact that they're violating the MOU, they're violating the agreements Iran is. And then in terms of, you mentioned these attacks on these other Gulf countries, which of course is something Iran has tried to do, a strategy they've tried to use unsuccessfully throughout this war. All it did was drive.
But Sierra, they are not attacking the Gulf states. They're attacking the US military bases. This has always been the claim of Iran, because if you are placed, that holds true that nobody is as powerful as Iran in the Middle Eastern region. You very well understand the fact. However, it is because of your presence in the Middle Eastern region, and it is not the Kuwaiti interceptions. These are US military interceptions, if I'm not wrong.
Right. Iran has targeted the U.S. military bases in Kuwait, and they've also targeted civilian targets throughout the Gulf states. But either way, Kuwait and a lot of our other allies in the region who host U.S. military bases have always hosted the U.S. military bases because they understand that it is a guarantee of safety in that region. It helps bolster the defense against places like Iran, because all of these Gulf states are very small on their own. And so having a bigger ally like the U.S., who has a military presence in the region, has always been a positive thing for the Gulf states. And the fact that the U.S. military installations are now being attacked by Iran, I don't think it's a surprise to anybody. And I also did hear that the U.S. warned and talked to the Gulf states before we launched our retaliatory attacks, because we were anticipating that Iran would do something like this. So I think they've all been, prepared, and that way they can protect their civilians and protect their infrastructure as they need to.
All right. Thanks a lot, Sierra, for all the updates and your comment on why the war is escalating. And you have presented the US side of the version of why this war is escalating. Thanks a lot. Thanks. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another big breaking news development that we are tracking. And this is about the grooming gangs. And this is the crackdown in Australia. The Raptor squad in Australia has charged a 39-year-old Maryland man with child grooming offences after he allegedly engaged in sexually explicit online conversation with officers posing as a teenage girl and sent explicit photos. On 1st May 2026, following a search warrant at his Maryland's home on 8th July, and police seized devices and drugs. He was charged with grooming a child under 16, sending indecent material, procuring a child for sex, and drug possession, and was refused bail. So this is a crackdown which is happening as we speak. It's a big development. Right now on your screens, this is Australia launching a major crackdown on grooming gangs. So this guy was trapped and they are searching for all the grooming gang members in this case. When we speak about the grooming gangs in Australia, these are massive raids ongoing in Australia. And in this particular case, the Raptor squad officers charged a Maryland's man with child grooming offences after he allegedly made multiple attempts to groom a teenager girl. Now, the interstate officers, assuming the online identity of teenage girls, spoke with a 39-year-old man on an online platform. That's the part of the investigation where police alleged the man engaged in sexually explicit conversations with sending explicit photos. Now, the investigation was then handed over to the State Crime Command's Raptor squad, who commenced inquiries. Now, following those inquiries, at about 7:30 a.m., Raptor squad officers executed a search warrant at a property in Maryland. All right, Chandrakala is live with us for all the latest details in the story. Chandrakala, if you can put this into perspective and share the details of the kind of action which is very, very important against the grooming gangs which are active in many European countries and also in Australia in this case.
Yes, in fact, this is another shocking incident coming in from Australia, because we have seen over the years there have been a lot of such cases as far as child online sexual abuse is concerned, and now this is another shocking incident wherein the Raptor squad of NSW police in Sydney have accused a man of grooming child online. In fact, this investigation was underway for 2 months, and in fact, what we are learning is that this particular man, a 39-year-old man from Sydney, is a relative of Sydney's most prominent crime family. He has been now charged with child grooming offences after he, tried to have sexual conversation with a teenage girl online. And in fact, he was unaware about that he was actually communicating with police. This was an investigation being taken by the Raptor squad of the NSW there in Sydney, wherein they were, assumed as a 13-year-old teenage girl. They were talking online, having a conversation online with this particular man, and of course, after 2 months of investigation, culminated in a high-profile raid on his home in Western Sydney. In fact, what police is alleging that the 39-year-old man from Maryland has been engaged in sexually explicit conversation, including sending explicit photos with a person he believed was a teenage girl on May 1. And what we are learning that the Raptor officers in fact searched the man's home about 7:30 a.m. Wednesday, that is yesterday on 8th of July, allegedly seizing, electronic devices and an amount of drugs. In fact, it's a very, very shocking incident coming in from Australia. In fact, a lot of such cases have happened earlier, and there has been a major crackdown as far as such sexual abuse cases are concerned related to teenage child. And now what we are learning is that the NSW police had allegedly been using a social media platform. This said that this particular man had been allegedly, been using a social media platform to attempt to groom a 14-year-old girl online. I beg my pardon. Of course, it was a 14-year-old girl online, and he was trying to use social media platform to attempt to groom this particular child. And, in fact, what we are also learning that the 39-year-old does have links to other people who are also involved in organized crime. And he also alleged more generally that these people know no boundaries. They operate across jurisdictions. And in fact, the law enforcement partners within Australia and around the world regularly share this type of information to protect the children online. So it's a very, very shocking incident coming in from Australia. And the Australian authority has been taking a lot of steps as far as this particular case is concerned. In fact, this this man was refused to he was refused to bail, refused bail to appear at Bail Division Local Court 6 later on Wednesday. So yes, more details are awaited as far as this case is concerned, in a very shocking incident wherein this the Raptor squad of NSW police have taken this, has undertaken this investigation, and after 2 months of investigation, this has come to the fore, and the person has been now arrested, accused of grooming child online in Sydney. Over to you.
All right. Yeah. Thanks a lot for this update. But stay with us. So we have another big breaking news development. We'll go across to that breaking news. And this is about India and Australia. Now, Australia and India share a strong commitment to advancing a secure, trusted and resilient digital future, and building on decades of collaboration and the foundations of the comprehensive strategic partnership. The Australia-India Partnership on Cyber, Critical Technologies and Supply Chains PACS provides a unified strategic framework to deepen cooperation in cyber security. Now, critical technologies and resilient supply chains guided by shared democratic values and a commitment to safety, security, inclusivity and innovation. PACT strengthens bilateral collaboration to enhance national and regional security, promote trusted technology ecosystems and support a stable, secure and prosperous Indo-Pacific. All right, Chandrakala is with us for all the latest details. Now, Chandrakala, if you can highlight the importance of the visit and the deals that are getting finalized and the investments that we are looking at and the benefit of the visit and the interaction and the diplomacy, the outreach.
Yes, what we are learning is that, the Prime Minister of India is now in Australia, and a lot of such, we are expecting outcomes as far as, Australia-India partnership is concerned. What we are learning is that both the countries are now cooperating on cyber critical technologies and supply chains. In fact, a statement has been put out by both the side, and declaration on AI and technology has also been signed. And what we are learning is that, India-Australia have built an enduring partnership in cyber and critical technologies, underpinned by our comprehensive strategic partnership. In fact, the 2020 framework arrangement on cyber and cyber-enabled critical technology cooperation and 2 decades of collaborative research and policy engagement, in fact, has taken place between both the nations as far as supply chains and critical, technology and cybersecurity is concerned. Both the nations are aligned with this particular, as far as supply chains are concerned, and now both the nations are now central to national security, and Australia and India are now building.
Yes, Chandrakala. We are a bit short of time, but thanks a lot for all the updates. Keep tracking of all the developments. Now, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, ladies and gentlemen, but don't go anywhere because we have a lot more lined up coming up after the break. Iran launches retaliatory strikes. Iranian media claims US bases in Kuwait and Bahrain hit in strikes. Coming up next, all details on that.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
And don't forget that the other day he had mentioned or he had told Israel that he would ask Syria to tackle Hezbollah. Now, whether it will work or not, we do not know, and I doubt it. But nevertheless, Trump will try. If he succeeds, that will change the geopolitics of Middle East. Well, you know that after Assad fell and al-Shara took over, he had met President Trump first in Saudi Arabia, where President Trump was visiting. And the meeting took place because bin Salman, the Saudi crown prince, had invited him. In other words, Al-Shara, despite his association with the Islamic State in the past, was rapidly accepted by Saudi Arabia and also by President Trump. In fact, he was the first Syrian president ever to be.
Coming up after the break, Iran launches retaliatory strikes. Iranian media claims US bases in Kuwait and Bahrain hit in strikes. Coming up next.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
And don't forget that the other day he had mentioned or he had told Israel that he would ask Syria to tackle Hezbollah. Now, whether it will work or not, we do not know, and I doubt it. But nevertheless, Trump will try. If he succeeds, that will change the geopolitics of Middle East. Well, you know that after Assad fell and Al-Shara took over, he had met President Trump first in Saudi Arabia, where President Trump was visiting. And the meeting took place because bin Salman, the Saudi crown prince, had invited him. In other words, Al-Shara.
All right, viewers, coming up after the break, the war escalates again in West Asia. We'll get you all the latest updates on this story and a lot more.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
First of all, let me qualify by saying that I've spent more than 25 years in that region. I understand. I hope I understand fairly well what is going on there. Number one, there is absolutely no trust between America, Iran, and of course, Israel is on the side of America. Plus, the Gulf nations also do not trust Iran at all. Now, I'll explain to you why I'm saying this. You've heard of a country called Saudi Arabia. Under American pressure, they joined They signed a defense pact, a strategic defense alliance with Jihadistan, also known as Pakistan, under which some 8,000 Pakistani troops and one squadron of those useless Chinese fighter planes are stationed there. The Saudis don't know how to fight, the Iranians do. So the Saudis are hoping that if push comes to shove, if Iran attacks Saudi Arabia,
Viewers, as we forge ahead towards a Viksit Bharat 2047, Republic brings you stories that reflect India's unwavering commitment to the mission. From world-class infrastructure to inclusive development, fitness, now how smart and transformative growth goes hand in hand with opportunities and community empowerment across the nation. This weekend, do not miss our special feature on the Ganga Expressway, which is a landmark project redefining mobility, powering economic progress and paving the way to an integrated, sustainable future. It's time for the headlines. Australia rolls out the red carpet for PM Modi. Top deals done on nuclear trade and technology. Three dead, many fear trapped after under construction building collapses in Delhi's Rohini. Search and rescue operations conclude. Iran launches retaliatory strikes. Iranian media claims US bases in Kuwait and Bahrain hidden strikes. Trump loses the Iranian plot and says do not want deal with Iran, cannot let lunatics have nuclear weapons. Republic investigation forces Meta to issue detailed response on the CSAM content. Meta goes all out, all defensive, refuses to take ownership. Prime Ministers of India and Australia have issued a joint statement on terrorism, and they've condemned terrorism and violent extremism in all its forms and manifestations, emphasizing the need for all countries to combat this threat in a comprehensive and sustained manner. They call for decisive action against globally proscribed terrorist and terror entities, including those listed by the UN Security Council and the Sanctions Committee, along with their proxies, affiliates and sponsors. And not just that, viewers, they recognize the shared challenge. Both leaders committed to strengthening bilateral cooperation through enhanced information sharing on regional terrorist threats, countering radicalization, including online, disrupting the financing of terrorism, addressing the misuse of new and emerging technologies by terrorists, and protecting critical infrastructure and the maritime domain. They also reiterated their strong condemnation of recent terrorist attacks, including the horrific incidents at Pahalgam and the Bondi Beach. We are getting these updates coming in, viewers, on Republic TV. And speaking about the all these administrative arrangements which have been made to enable the export of Australian uranium to India for exclusively peaceful purposes and under the International Atomic Energy Agency safeguards. A lot of talks have happened, a lot of deals have been signed, and Chandrakala, according to you, because a lot has happened, there have been talks on nuclear talks, there have been talks on technology and a lot more. What stands out to you? What is the most important?
Engagement has happened. We saw recently that both the countries have now called, has univocally condemned terrorism and violent extremism conducive to terrorism in all its forms and manifestation. That's one point. In fact, another is, of course, the nuclear push that India and Australia are looking at. Of course, now they are slated to sign a very, very important uranium deal, a uranium supply deal, of course. And that's another point. And of course, we are now looking at a defense and defense cooperation as well. And now this particular statement being put out by both the nation, both the nation has now called for decisive action against terrorism. They have once again condemned the Pahalgam and Bondi Beach incident. We have also earlier seen how Prime Minister Modi has condemned the incident in Bondi Beach. And of course, now that they are now emphasizing the importance of all countries combating the threat of terrorism in a comprehensive and sustained manner, coming at a very crucial time because now there has been a lot of shifts in the global equation and a lot of competition underway. And they have called for action against globally proscribed terrorists and terror entities, including those listed by the United Nations Security Council 1267 Sanctions Committee and their proxies, affiliates, sponsors, and financiers. In fact, this is a strong message being put out to Pakistan. Now, India and Australia has condemned terrorism. This is a message being put out to directly to Pakistan. Now, the prime ministers are also recognizing the need for enhancing cooperation to effectively counter the challenges of combating terrorism in all its form and manifestation. In fact, what we are also learning is that both the countries are actively, in fact, involved in countering terrorism, intelligence sharing and Indo-Pacific security protocols. This is very important because we know that India and Australia has been concerned. In fact, apart from that, what we are also learning that India and Australia are now out in support for India's UN. They have also discussed the Ukraine war, the Myanmar.
Right. Okay. Chandrakala.
In fact, Australia has also reiterated its...
Yes, your audio is breaking a little bit. We'll fix that. Let's fix that for Chandrakala because there's a little bit of an issue
support for
there.
India's membership giant statement. So very, very...
Right. Okay. Let's go straight across to, we're getting joined by Republic reporter. Let's go straight across to Republic reporter joining us from Melbourne. Sandeep Fogart joining us live from Melbourne. Thank you for joining us here, Sandeep. You are joining us and you're reporting for us from Melbourne, helping us understand what has happened. This is exactly where both India, US have released, India and Australia have released their joint statement. Focus is on resilient trade, Indo-Pacific supply chains. So both India and Australia have shared concerns over the impact of the Middle East situation on energy markets, commodity prices, and global supply chains, reaffirming their commitment to open markets and rule-based trade principles that underpin our prosperity and economic security. Both countries have agreed to work together on resilient supply chains, supporting growing technical industries while strengthening regional cooperation on energy security and clean energy. They've called on regional partners to keep global energy resource supply chains open, reaffirmed their commitment to maintaining a stable, secure and reliable supply of coal, diesel, natural gas and other liquid fuels alongside greater collaboration on low-carbon fuels. There's so much which has happened. Chandrakala, we will also try to go across to Sandeep, our reporter. He is in Melbourne. But till we get to him, I want to just go across to you and take our viewers through the maritime security collaboration as well. So there is a joint statement on economy, uranium, technology, open markets. There's so much which has happened. Chandrakala.
Of course, in security, in terms of security, energy supplies, critical minerals, of course.
Okay, let's go. Okay, I'm sorry, Chandrakala, I have to interrupt you because I just want to go across to Melbourne where my colleague Sandeep is there. Sandeep, India, Australia unlock uranium trade and step up energy and supply chain cooperation. Sandeep, where you are, that's where the joint statement has come out from Australia and India. What are the highlights and how is Australia really looking at doing business with India and cooperating with India on multiple fronts? Yes, Sandeep. Okay, getting a little bit of technical issue because our colleague Sandeep is in Melbourne, Australia. So having a little bit of an issue connecting with him. But once he comes back with us, we will go to him. I'm getting some more updates coming in, viewers. Let's go straight across to what is happening, because tensions have been escalated in other areas of the world. We have been talking about Rawalakot. That is right. Reports say firing took place by rangers and police around the Kotiri Wala Dharna in Rawalakot, and security forces are also advancing towards the Kotiri protest site from both the Rawalakot and the Shujabad side. Now, this story is all about what is happening in POK. Pakistan Rangers forces are firing at these protesters in POK region. Tensions escalating in POK, and we have been reporting on the story continuously. The people of POK just want one thing. They want basic human rights. They want the government of Pakistan to listen to them. They have been ill-treated for years and years, and there's no solution in sight. Let's go straight across to Gursimran joining us. Gursimran, coming across to you. Pakistan Rangers once again firing at these protesters. A lot of updates coming in from POK in terms of the escalation of the protests. Yes, Gursimran.
The situation, yes, Shivangi, the situation continues to be volatile in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, because today being the 9th of July, it is the D-Day, the timeline, the ultimatum that was given by the Joint Awami Action Committee that has come to an end, and now it's the time where they have urged the people to come out to the large numbers to the Rawalakot sit-in protest that was started 9th of June last month. It's, to be very specific, it's 1 month of the Rawalakot sit-in that has started, and now they urge the people from the different parts, starting from the Bhimber to Poonch to Muzaffarabad, to come to this sit-in. Now what we have heard today morning, despite the internet clampdown that is there, Joint Awami Action Committee has said that the sit-in protest, there the security forces tried to approach and they opened the fire. That was resisted by the locals, but there has been a firing for 15 to 20 minutes, and from both the sides, that is the Rawalakot and the Shujabad, and the forces tried to approach towards the protest site. They wanted to disperse the protesters, but this they had to retreat after the protest there was by the locals. Now coming to the situation that is prevailing, today is the D-Day going to be, because till 8th of the July, it was the time that was given to the Pakistani federal government as well as the POJK government to accept the humanitarian demands as well as the democratic rights that the people of POJK and the Joint Awami Action Committee demands to be restored. Now that has not happened, and we have seen that the atrocities by the Pakistani federal forces, they are continuing, and these are the brute use of force that is happening there. That has somewhat made it very clear that the Pakistan do not want any talks with the protesters, and they want to crush this voice.
Getting some breaking news. Gursimran, hold on for a second there. Statement is coming in from Awami Action Committee. The committee has alleged that the Pakistani Rangers have desecrated the sanctity of tents and homes by committing violence against children and women. This is very, very serious. Reports indicate that many people have also been arrested. The committee says it is repeatedly stated that they are peaceful people and have instructed the public to remain peaceful. And I want to go back to Gursimran on this. Gursimran, before I come to you, we have a reaction coming in. Let's play that out.
After this video gets shared, I'm certain that they will kill me. My name is Dr. Masood Khalid, and I'm the victim of police brutality. I'm the resident of Azad Jammu and Kashmir, Pakistan, and I'm a serving medical doctor who serves the people. The incident which happened to me, I'm going to narrate to you so that the world would know. On the midnight of 7th July 2026, at around 12:30 a.m., while I was sleeping with my wife and my 3 children, approximately 35 to 40 people in police uniform with their faces covered with masks jumped over the walls of my house, and they came to me. They woke me up and they started beating me. They were slapping me, punching me, hitting me with the wooden rods, and they were kicking me. And I was only asking that I'm a medical doctor, what had I done? They started abusing me, and they dragged me, and they put me in the back of a pickup truck, and they started beating me again. They were calling bad names to my dead parents. They were abusing me constantly, and I was just asking continuously that I'm a medical doctor. What had I done to deserve this? And they were slapping me, and they were just abusing me. Of them, most of them were covered with masks. Only a few were without masks. Of them, one was SHO police station Sensa Mehtab Aslam and ASI police station Zohaib Shah. Zohaib Shah broke down everything in my house. He broke down the furniture, the solar system, even the toys of my children. And he pushed my wife, and he abused my wife, and he threatened to kill us. They had pointed their guns at us. They were pointing their guns at my wife and my children. And I was only asking, what had I done? And they were constantly abusing me. They have broke down everything in my house. I'm in a mental trauma. And my wife and my children are deeply traumatized. We don't know what we had done to deserve this. I just respectfully demand Prime Minister of AJK, Faisal Mumtaz Rathore, Prime Minister of Pakistan, Shehbaz Sharif, higher authorities and international justice agencies to take action on this and give me justice. Because I don't know what had I done to deserve this. I'm a doctor. My name is Dr. Masood Khalid, and I'm the victim of police brutality.
All right, POK leaders are saying that their wives and children are being targeted. This is very concerning. We heard the entire reaction there, Gursimran. And till now, POK leaders and even civilians say that we are not part of Pakistan. Gursimran.
Yes, that's true. And the reality is that no one is safe in Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Even the medicos that are providing the services to those who got injured, they are also subjected to the police torture. And now the video of Dr. that has come forth, that also speaks volumes about the brutality of the police that is taking place. Though he has urged the Pakistani Prime Minister and the Prime Minister of the Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir to help them, but the reality is that this is a state-sponsored brutality that is being done on the people of POJK so that they give up their demands for their basic human rights as well as for their democratic rights. But the situation is escalating with each passing day, and the protesters are firm on their demands that till their demands are not met, they are not going to retreat from the Rawalakot sit-in dharna.
That's right. Okay, well, thank you, Gursim, for getting us all those details. I'll be coming back to you for more on this, these updates coming in. In fact, we're getting some more updates coming in. President Donald Trump escalated his rhetoric against Iran on Wednesday, telling reporters at the NATO summit in Ankara that the country's leadership was behaving erratically. The comments followed his declaration hours earlier than the ceasefire agreement with Tehran was over, a reaction to Iranian attacks on commercial vessels near the Strait of Hormuz. Even so, Trump left space for diplomacy to continue, saying negotiators were free to keep talking if they wanted to. In fact, he said that he suggested that the US was equally prepared to act without any deal if talks went nowhere. Take a look.
First of all, let me qualify by saying that I've spent more than 25 years in that region. I understand. I hope I understand fairly well what is going on there. Number one, there is absolutely no trust between America, Iran, and of course, Israel is on the side of America. Plus, the Gulf nations also do not trust Iran at all. Now, I'll explain to you why I'm saying this. You've heard of a country called Saudi Arabia. Under American pressure, they joined, they signed a defense pact, a strategic defense alliance with Jihadistan, also known as Pakistan, under which some 8,000 Pakistani troops and one squadron of those useless Chinese fighter planes are stationed there. The Saudis don't know how to fight. The Iranians do. So the Saudis are hoping that if push comes to shove, if Iran attacks Saudi Arabia, then the Pakistanis will hit Iran. It's a very delicate situation. Now, first of all, I'm coming as an American. I'm wearing my American hat. Here I'm Donald Trump. I said, look, they are cheating us. We are wasting our time. There's no point in discussing anything because they are not serious. They're only trying to prolong the discussions while they rebuild whatever capacity they have lost. So that's the American perspective. And then he blasted NATO, Donald Trump, at the meeting in Ankara, that you guys let us down when we needed you, but it doesn't matter. We'll go it alone. Why doesn't Iran or anybody else understand when he says we go it alone? It means I'm going to thrash them tomorrow. That's the American hat. Now I'm going to wear the Iranian hat. All right, buddy, I'm an Iranian. So you're hitting me, I'm going to close the Straits of Hormuz. Because that's my dadagiri. Your dadagiri is you're hitting me. My dadagiri is I can disrupt the global economy, the global oil trade by closing the Straits of Hormuz. And I plan to do that. That's what the battle is all about. Now I wear my Indian hat. I'm going to ask Iran. Why have you closed the Straits of Hormuz to me? What have I done? What has South Korea done? What has Japan done? What has Singapore done? What has Malaysia done? What has Indonesia done? Why are you troubling all of us by closing the Straits of Hormuz? I don't think the Iranians understand anything about diplomacy, because you are offending nations who would have put pressure on the Americans, not that the Americans will respond to pressure, who could have helped you in the reconstruction effort, but you have hurt them and they are not going to stand by you. So I believe that these three things, if you can understand, one, Trump is not going to give up. You know, I hear all kinds of nonsense on television. Oh, America has lost 80% of its capacity, or 40%, or 30%, or 20%. Even if America has got 1% of its capacity, military capacity, it's enough to decimate Iran forever. The second thing that I hear, the other nonsense that now everybody is going to jump in, what's going to happen to Pakistan and Qatar, they were mediating and rubbish. The two things that they are very clear about, both America, forgive me, and Israel. Number one, no nukes for Iran. How many times do they have to say that? No nukes, partner, no nukes. The second thing is the Strait of Hormuz you cannot close. One thing that I do not understand, and I've asked many Iranian friends, they can't explain to me, why are you so bothered about what is happening in Lebanon? If Lebanon is being thrashed by Israel, Israel says Hezbollah is an existential issue for us because they keep threatening to eliminate us. They have only two members of Hezbollah in the parliament, but they have several ministers. They control everything. The Israelis are saying, I don't care. I just have to beat up these guys. And Iran keeps saying there can be no peace unless Lebanon is involved. Why are you so interested in Lebanon? I don't understand that. I think Iran is trapped in its own chakravyuh, getting Lebanon involved, do this and then do that, and then hitting all the American bases. My own feeling is this is not going to end anytime soon. America has declared total war. Let me conclude by saying that I'd urge the millions of people who watch your show to read about this concept called manifest destiny, mid-19th century thing, that America's presence on our planet is to improve the world. That's America's manifest destiny. We've come here, of course, it was used in the context of America taking over Texas. But this manifest destiny and American exceptionalism, this remains a very strong subterranean feeling in America that we are here to improve the world and mold the world in our terms. You can argue this is not moralistic, etc., etc. You know, one is the moralist argument. The other is the realist argument. And on the realist plane, Shri McDonald Trump is not going to stop till he brings Iran to its knees. Oh, the assassination of Ali Khamenei has united the people. Very good. Suddenly they've all become supermen. But America is going to continue to thrash them till they submit. While Israel will continue to decimate Hezbollah in Lebanon. This is my understanding. In the next 2 or 3 days, we'll get another chance to talk to you. Then we'll figure out whether what I'm saying makes sense or I'm totally basing myself on assumptions that are incorrect. Let's wait and see. As I says, time will tell.
And much coming up, Iran launches retaliatory strikes. Iranian media claims US bases in Kuwait and Bahrain have been hit in strikes. Stay tuned, viewers.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
First of all, let me qualify by saying that I've spent more than 25 years in that region. I understand. I hope I understand fairly well what is going on there. Number one, there is absolutely no trust between America, Iran, and of course, Israel is on the side of America. Plus, the Gulf nations also do not trust Iran at all. Now, I'll explain to you why I'm saying this. You've heard of a country called Saudi Arabia. Under American pressure, they joined, they signed a defense pact, a strategic defense alliance with Jihadistan, also known as Pakistan, under which some 8,000 Pakistani troops and one squadron of those useless Chinese fighter planes are stationed there. The Saudis don't know how to fight, the Iranians do. So the Saudis are hoping that if push comes to shove, if Iran attacks Saudi Arabia, then the Pakistanis will hit Iran. It's a very delicate situation. Now, first of all, I'm coming as an American. I'm wearing my American hat. Here I'm Donald Trump. I said, look, they are cheating us. We are wasting our time. There's no point in discussing anything because they are not serious. They're only trying to prolong the discussions while they rebuild whatever capacity they have lost. So that's the American perspective. And then he
Viewers, much are coming right up. Australia and India signed multiple deals, nuclear trade, technology. All these deals have been signed between the two nations. Stay tuned.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
And don't forget that the other day he had mentioned or he had told Israel that he would ask Syria to tackle Hezbollah. Now, whether it will work or not, we do not know, and I doubt it. But nevertheless, Trump will try. If he succeeds, that will change the geopolitics of Middle East. Well, you know that after Assad fell and al-Shara took over, he had met President Trump first in Saudi Arabia, where President Trump was visiting. And the meeting took place because bin Salman, the Saudi crown prince, had invited him. In other words, al-Shara, despite his association with the Islamic State, in the past was rapidly accepted by Saudi Arabia and also by President Trump. In fact, he was the first Syrian president ever to be received in the White House. So it shows that, and don't forget that Assad was very, very close to Iran. But for Iran, Assad would have fallen much earlier. So for all these reasons, Washington, Saudi Arabia, and others want to cultivate him. And that is going on. And naturally, that is in his own interest because, Syria was under sanctions. Most of the sanctions have been
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
And don't forget that the other day he had mentioned or he had told Israel that he would ask Syria to tackle Hezbollah. Now, whether it will work or not, we do not know, and I doubt it. But nevertheless, Trump will try. If he succeeds, that will change the geopolitics of Middle East. Well, we know that after Assad fell and al-Shara took over, he had met President Trump first in Saudi Arabia, where President Trump was visiting. And the meeting took place because bin Salman, the Saudi crown prince, had invited him. In other words, al-Shara, despite his association with the
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta and you're watching a live report. And the top focus story, the story that we are focusing on, and a story that impacts every country across the globe, is the war that has escalated. We are back to square one. The war has escalated to a point of no return between the United States of America and Iran. We'll get you all the latest details of this and a lot more. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. Australia rolls red carpet for PM Modi. Nuclear, trade, tech on agenda. 3 dead, many feared trapped after under construction building collapses in Delhi's Rohini. Search and rescue ops concludes. And Iran launches retaliatory strikes. Iranian media claims US bases in Kuwait and Bahrain hit in strikes. Donald Trump loses the plot, loses the Iranian plot, says do not want deal with Iran, can't let lunatics have nuclear weapons. Republic investigation forces Meta to issue detailed response on CSAM content. Meta goes all defensive, refuses to take ownership. All right, viewers, let's begin with the first top story, a top focus story. Now, the US has carried out another round of strikes against Iran. Now, according to the US Central Command Forces, they have completed the strikes on July 8th to further degrade Iran's ability to attack commercial shipping and civilian mariners in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, the CENTCOM says that US forces have hit approximately 90 Iranian military targets, which includes air defense systems, coastal surveillance assets, missile and drone storage sites, and even naval capabilities and military logistics infrastructure along Iran's coastline. Now, the latest strikes follow offensive action carried out the night before on July the 7th in this case. Now, CENTCOM forces have struck around 80 Iranian military targets. The visuals on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, as you can understand the gravity of the situation, the way the war has escalated. Now, they have attacked IRGC. The US says that this was in response to Iran violating the ceasefire by attacking 3 commercial vessels navigating the Strait of Hormuz. And CENTCOM adds that the US forces remain vigilant, lethal, and prepared to execute operations directed by the Commander-in-Chief. All right, now, meanwhile, Trump has issued a statement stating that Iranians are sick. Listen in to what he has to say.
Do you know why they had us close our window blinds? That was not usual.
Well, yeah, because you're, probably on a dangerous flight because of the sleazebags that we have to deal with.
So you think that Iran was possibly thinking of targeting?
Well, I mean, if they asked you to close your windows, probably they'd feel that way. They didn't ask me to close mine, but if they did, I would have done it. These are sick people, so I could see something like that. I didn't know they did that, but I could see something like that.
Were you aware of any credible threat by Iran against Air Force
Well, I have a threat all the time. I'm number one on their list before you. But if I go, you go, right?
But was there a specific
so perhaps someday you want to change professions. What do you have, Daniel?
All right, so this was Donald Trump making his statement. Now, let's go across to the many videos that we have for you, all the videos that we have prepared for you, we have curated for you so you understand the gravity of the situation, dramatic footage from the escalating conflict in the region. Let's go across to the videos that we have. All right, these are among the many visuals that we have of the Iran war, the US-Iran war. And also, in a short while, we'll have a guest with us, a defense expert, retired defense expert, a West Asia expert, for a comment on the escalating conflict. Now, these are the visuals of the conflict, ladies and gentlemen. As you can understand, this is the US 5th Fleet headquarters, which has been struck. Iran's Chabahar port, which has been struck. CENTCOM claims fresh strikes. So that's also the latest development in this entire war scenario. The war has escalated to a point of no return. Attack on Iran's Chabahar port. CENTCOM claims fresh strikes in US 5th Fleet headquarters has been struck. Now, sirens and explosions heard in Bahrain at various locations in Kuwait. But this is the situation where interceptions are happening. All right, these are the visuals on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. The important visuals, exclusive latest visuals. Chabahar port struck by the United States of America. This is US-Iran war resuming. Now let's go across to other videos that we have. Other visuals also. Video number 2. US struck AQ Tekeh bridge because railway bridges were also struck. Let's go across to the other video that we have. Let's continuously keep playing the videos that we have. This is video number 2, and let's move across to third video. This is ballistic missile attack on US bases that we have in Jordan. Let's listen in. Let's listen in. Third video where the ballistic missile attack on US bases got recorded in this video. Let's go across to other video that we have. Video number 4. We also have, this one. This is US-Iran war resumes in Iran. Fire hits IRGC aerospace linked facility. Let's see if we have audio in this one also. All right, so this fire hits IRGC aerospace linked facility. All right, we are getting live visuals of Prime Minister Narendra Modi right now from Australia. Let's cut across that first, and we'll come back to the developments in the West Asian conflict. Latest visuals coming in from Australia of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So this is very significant, ladies and gentlemen. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Australia, and these are the visuals that we are getting of this historic visit, because it's a historic push for uranium supply, defense ties, and a $500 million investment that we are looking at. And PM Narendra Modi is meeting Governor General of Australia, Sam Mostyn. All right, visuals on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. This is first and exclusive on Republic. We are tracking all the developments in this Indo-Pacific push. The latest visuals coming on your screen, because there's a lot in pipeline, a lot of investments that have been planned, and both the countries have a lot to gain from this visit and the diplomacy and the dialogue. And the bilateral ties are strengthening with key announcements likely on uranium supply, defense cooperation, energy security, and proposed $500 million investment in India's infrastructure. And this is getting bigger by the day. And this is the power of India. getting reflected across the globe, and the cooperation, bilaterals, and the trade pacts which are happening as we speak. And this is PM Modi in Australia, working on a bilateral investment treaty, signaling a fresh push to deepen economic ties and boost a two-way investment between the strategic partners. And PM had made the announcements during his 3-day visit for 3rd India-Australia Annual Summit in Melbourne. He held bilateral talks with Australian PM Anthony Albanese. He said the proposed investment treaty would add new momentum to the economic relationship and further strengthen the investment partnership between the two countries. All right, so these are the latest visuals coming in from Australia, Melbourne. All right, viewers, let's get back to the conflict that we are tracking on. Let's go back to the videos that we want to show you, the other videos that are remaining of the conflict, the war from the West Asian conflict. Let's go across to the videos once again. All right, these are the other videos. The video number 5, where US 5th Fleet headquarters is under attack. Let's listen if we have audio in this case. Let's listen. All right, let's go across to other video. Let's complete all our videos first, and then we'll go across to our guest who's waiting for us. Video number 6, US defense systems intercept Iranian missile. The video of the interception on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see. US defense systems intercepting Iranian missile, and this is Bahrain. As I told you, many countries are facing missile threats. All right, we have an esteemed guest joining us for conversation on what exactly is happening in the West Asian region. Thanks a lot, Colonel Rajiv Agrawal, for joining, for speaking on this issue. Colonel Agrawal is an expert in the West Asian region, senior research consultant at CRF. Sir, do you think that this was necessary to escalate the situation, to escalate the tensions? Do you think that these are well thought about attacks conducted by the US military? Over to you for your initial reaction on the escalating conflict in the West Asia.
Thank you, Shivam. To your question, I don't think it was necessary or at all prudent for this kind of escalation to start. But to my mind, it was not something that would have held off for long, because this MOU that was signed on 16th of June, the 14-point MOU, it was a very, very uneven deal which gave Iran a large upper hand, and America was seen to make a lot of concessions which were not very palatable back in America and its allies. So this was a deal which was always going to be fragile, and on the slightest provocation, it was bound to lead into a violation of the ceasefire. Now, only thing is that we have now had 2 nights of attacks. Both have retaliated. US has struck and Iran has retaliated. To me, the important point is whether this escalation remains to the level where it is right now with tit for tat strikes every night, or whether it goes beyond this and then Iran retaliates by doing what it does best, that is closing the Strait of Hormuz and again, escalating a global crisis.
That is true. That is true. But sir, if you can also highlight that this war is benefiting no one. US was out of interceptors. Was it a well thought about plan in a manner that they need to restockpile their ammunitions, and especially the interceptors? They were out of interceptors in this case. And this kind of decision happening while there is a funeral procession of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, which is happening right now. And Iran has not retaliated in a manner that they might have if there were no funeral processions. Do you think this is going to escalate in the coming days to a point of no return?
So, Shivam, you see, the escalation will depend on what the US actually wants to do, because Iran till now has, till this point, has only been retaliating to whatever the US strikes have been. So as long as US strikes are limited to the coastal belt of the Strait of Hormuz, striking air defense systems or military bases or even some oil supplies, the retaliation to my mind will remain localized to areas which Iran has targeted, like Bahrain, Kuwait, etc., where the US military bases are there. But if you remember what Trump said last night at the NATO summit, that he also has the option of taking out their electricity infrastructure, the refineries, and even he made a mention of desalination plants. Now, these are red lines which will take the war to a level which is beyond the first 40 days of war, which was experienced till 7th April. So I only hope that, a better sense prevails. As far as the interceptors are concerned, the time lag between the orders being placed and the supplies being replenished is a very, very long time lag. So I don't think in this 20 odd days of ceasefire between 16th of June and 8th of July, some major stockpiling would have been done of the interceptor. So I don't think interceptor is the point. Yes, on 28th of June and 29th of June, when the previous tit for tat strikes happened and the Doha talks happened, they had decided that the ceasefire will remain in place till 11th of July. However, that has not happened because US thought that Iran striking the 3 commercial ships in Strait of Hormuz was a provocation enough to start the war
and that's why, Colonel, I think that Donald Trump doesn't want peace in the region. This could have very well been avoided. However, IRGC also wants to stake the claim of controlling the Strait of Hormuz. But thanks a lot, sir, for joining us at this moment and for your insights and in-depth analysis on what's actually happening. Thanks a lot, sir. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another story that we are tracking. This is Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Melbourne in Australia on the second leg of his 3-nation tour, where he is holding bilateral talks with Australian Prime Minister to strengthen the India-Australia comprehensive dialogue. Now, we have a big breaking news development here. India-Australia signed joint defense declaration. Big development here. And a joint declaration to boost security and cooperation between both the countries. That's what we are getting. 2 leaders expected to announce to key agreements in areas including uranium supply for India's civilian use. And PM Modi in Australia, what's in agenda? Albanese shares selfie backs stronger India ties. And this is PM Modi and Anthony Albanese. And this is a very important handshake which highlights the growing power of India across the globe and how everybody wants to be friends with India. Now let's listen into Prime Minister Narendra Modi on his important visit and how it will benefit both the countries. Let's listen into the statement of Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Friends, भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया 2 वाइब्रेंट डेमोक्रेसीज हैं, 2 मल्टीकल्चरल सोसाइटीज हैं और 2 महत्वपूर्ण ओशन पावर्स हैं। हमारी ये समानताएं और हमारा कॉमन वर्ल्ड व्यू हमें गहरे आपसी विश्वास के साथ निरंतर आगे बढ़ने की प्रेरणा देते हैं। हमारी कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप ने पिछले कुछ वर्षों में अभूतपूर्व प्रगति की है और आज तीसरी एनुअल समिट से हमारे सहयोग में कई नए आयाम जुड़े हैं। 2022 में किए गए इकोनॉमिक कोऑपरेशन एंड ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट से हमारे व्यापार और निवेश का दायरा लगातार बढ़ा है। अब हमने कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव इकोनॉमिक कोऑपरेशन एग्रीमेंट यानी सीका पर तेजी से काम करने का निर्णय लिया है, जो दोनों देशों के लिए बैलेंस, एम्बिशियस और विन विन होगा। साथियों, इंडो पैसिफिक केवल 2 महासागरों का संगम नहीं है, यह भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया जैसे लाइक माइंडेड डेमोक्रेसीज के शेयर्ड एस्पिरेशंस का भी प्रतीक है। रक्षा और सुरक्षा में सहयोग बढ़ाने के लिए आज हमने एक महत्वपूर्ण जॉइंट डिक्लेरेशन जारी की है। भारत ऑस्ट्रेलिया डिफेंस इनोवेशन कॉरिडोर से हम डिफेंस स्टार्टअप्स और इंडस्ट्रीज को जोड़ने पर काम करेंगे। हमारे मैरीटाइम सिक्योरिटी कोलैबोरेशन रोडमैप से इंडो पैसिफिक में हमारे साझा प्रयासों को नई ताकत मिलेगी। हम शिप बिल्डिंग, शिप रिपेयर और मेंटेनेंस में भी मिलकर आगे बढ़ेंगे। फ्रेंड्स, आज हमने कई क्षेत्रीय एवं अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मुद्दों पर भी विस्तार पूर्वक चर्चा की। भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया मानते हैं कि आतंकवाद केवल किसी एक देश के लिए नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता के लिए गंभीर चुनौती है। इसलिए आतंकवाद के खिलाफ हमारी लड़ाई भी साझा है, हमारे संकल्प भी अटूट है और हमारा सहयोग भी लगातार मजबूत हो रहा है।
All right, viewers, let's go across to Chandrakala, who's joining us for all the latest updates. Chandrakala, coming to you for all the latest updates and how this is going to benefit both the countries and what investments are in pipeline, all the latest. Chandrakala, over to you for a short comment.
Yes, in fact, we have seen that it's a great outcome after Prime Minister Narendra Modi meeting the Australian Prime Minister. Just now, he has spoken about how India is planning to import uranium from Australia, which will give a big push to a clean energy transition. Apart from that, how in fact, while Australia and India have signed a nuclear cooperation agreement in 2014, but yes, the uranium exports have remained limited due to safeguards, citing that ensuring Australian uranium is used only for peaceful purposes. In fact, such a deal would open a door for Australian producers. In fact, this is coming at a time when India is ramping up, its nuclear investment to keep pace with electricity demand. In fact, he has also spoken about how India and Australia is cooperating as far as cyber security, critical technologies, and security cooperation is concerned. He has also mentioned how India, Australia are now eyeing to speed up work as far as the SECA is concerned. That's comprehensive economic strategic partnership between both the nations that will definitely boost trade. Apart from that, of course, we know that the India-Australia established the Australia-India Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement as a foundational interim pact in December 2022, which is now both the countries are working together on that, and how India and Australia are working towards maritime security in the Indo-Pacific, Australia being one of the most reliable partner as far as maritime security is concerned. So yes, huge development. There are 3 different statements ranging from AI, from critical technologies, from security cooperation to defense. So yes, a very purposeful visit being made by Prime Minister Narendra Modi at this moment. A lot of such pacts are expected. In fact, both the countries are now working on shipbuilding and ship repair as far as maritime security concerned. Yes.
Thanks a lot, Chandrakala, for all the latest updates in this story. Keep tracking of all the developments. We'll come back to you as more details emerge. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story that we are focusing, where we shall highlight the atrocities being committed by the Pakistani forces against peaceful protesters in the POK. The atrocities that are being committed by the Pakistani Rangers, and this is Pakistani Rangers and police firing at protesters in Rawala Court in POK. And let's also listen into the audio if we have the audio, because we have many videos where you can hear the protesters protesting and shots being fired, and the protest continues even today. And there was a deadline that was given till 9th July, and the deadline is over. The ultimatum is over. These are fresh latest visuals coming in from the POK. And the story is that the Pakistani Rangers are attacking, the police is firing at innocent protesters, at women, at children. They're harassing women and children also. And this is a massive protest that is happening in POK as we speak, ladies and gentlemen. Let's listen into the other videos. Let's go across to other videos. Let's listen into the firing videos. Of the atrocities that are happening in POK by the terror regime of Pakistan, the terrorist army of Pakistan. All right, viewers, so that was all that we could pack in this segment of Live Report. It's time for a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. We have an action-packed bulletin lined up for you after the break.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University. चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट।
अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया। असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
First of all, let me qualify by saying that I've spent more than 25 years in that region. I understand. I hope I understand fairly well what is going on there. Number one, there is absolutely no trust between America, Iran, and of course, Israel is on the side of America. Plus, the Gulf nations also do not trust Iran at all. Now, I'll explain to you why I'm saying this. You've heard of a country called Saudi Arabia. Under
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
First of all, let me qualify by saying that I've spent more than 25 years in that region. I understand. I hope I understand fairly well what is going on there. Number one, there is absolutely no trust between America, Iran, and of course, Israel is on the side of America. Plus, the Gulf nations also do not trust Iran at all. Now, I'll explain to you why I'm saying this. You've heard of a country called Saudi Arabia. Under American pressure, they joined, they signed a defense pact, a strategic defense alliance with Jihadistan, also known as Pakistan, under which some 8,000 Pakistani troops and one squadron of those useless Chinese fighter planes are stationed there. The Saudis don't know how to fight, the Iranians do. So the Saudis are hoping that if push comes to shove, if Iran attacks Saudi Arabia, then the Pakistanis will hit Iran. It's a very delicate situation. Now, first of all, I'm coming as an American. I'm wearing my American hat. Here I'm Donald Trump. I said, look, they are cheating us. We are wasting our time. There's no point in discussing anything because they are not serious. They're only trying to prolong the discussions while they rebuild whatever capacity they have lost. So that's the American perspective. And then he blasted NATO, Donald Trump, at the meeting in Ankara, that you guys let us down when we needed you, but it doesn't matter. We'll go it alone. Why doesn't Iran or anybody else understand when he says we go it alone? It means I'm going to thrash them tomorrow. That's the American hat. Now I'm going to wear the Iranian hat. All right, buddy, I'm an Iranian. So you're hitting me. I'm going to close the Straits of Hormuz because that's my dadagiri. Your dadagiri is you're hitting me. My dadagiri is I can disrupt the global economy, the global oil trade by closing the Straits of Hormuz. And I plan to do that. That's what the battle is all about. Now I wear my Indian hat. I'm going to ask Iran. Why have you closed the Straits of Hormuz to me? What have I done? What has South Korea done? What has Japan done? What has Singapore done? What has Malaysia done? What has Indonesia done? Why are you troubling all of us by closing the Straits of Hormuz? I don't think the Iranians understand anything about diplomacy because you are offending nations who could have put pressure on the Americans, not that the Americans will respond to pressure, who could have helped you in the reconstruction effort, but you have hurt them and they are not going to stand by you. So I believe that these three things, if you can understand, one, Trump is not going to give up. You know, I hear all kinds of nonsense on television. Oh, America has lost 80% of its capacity or 40% or 30% or 20%. Even if America has got 1% of its capacity, military capacity, it's enough to decimate Iran forever. The second thing that I hear, the other nonsense that now everybody is going to jump in, what's going to happen to Pakistan and Qatar, they were mediating and rubbish. The two things that they are very clear about, both America, forgive me, and Israel. Number one, no nukes for Iran. How many times do they have to say that? No nukes, partner, no nukes. The second thing is the Strait of Hormuz you cannot close. One thing that I do not understand, and I've asked many Iranian friends, they can't explain to me, why are you so bothered about what is happening in Lebanon? If Lebanon is being thrashed by Israel, Israel says Hezbollah is an existential issue for us because they keep threatening to eliminate us. They have only two members of Hezbollah in the parliament, but they have several ministers, they control everything. The Israelis are saying, I don't care. I just have to beat up these guys. And Iran keeps saying there can be no peace unless Lebanon is involved. Why are you so interested in Lebanon? I don't understand that. I think Iran is trapped in its own chakravyuh, getting Lebanon involved, do this and then do that, and then hitting all the American bases. My own feeling is this is not going to end anytime soon. America has declared total war. Let me conclude by saying that I'd urge the millions of people who watch your show to read about this concept called manifest destiny, mid-19th century thing, that America's presence on our planet is to improve the world. That's America's manifest destiny. We've come here, of course, it was used in the context of America taking over Texas. But this manifest destiny and American exceptionalism, this remains a very strong subterranean feeling in America that we are here to improve the world and mold the world in our terms. You can argue this is not moralistic, etc., etc. You know, one is the moralist argument. The other is the realist argument. And on the realist plane, Shri McDonald Trump is not going to stop till he brings Iran to its knees. Oh, the assassination of Ali Khamenei has united the people. Very good. Suddenly they've all become supermen. But America is going to continue to thrash them till they submit. While Israel will continue to decimate Hezbollah in Lebanon. This is my understanding. In the next 2 or 3 days, we get another chance to talk to you. Then we'll figure out whether what I'm saying makes sense or I'm totally basing myself on assumptions that are incorrect. Let's wait and see. As I says, time will tell.
And don't forget that the other day he had mentioned or he had told Israel that he would ask Syria to tackle Hezbollah. Now, whether it will work or not, we do not know, and I doubt it. But nevertheless, Trump will try. If he succeeds, that will change the geopolitics.
India's defense story is entering a transformative new era, powered by indigenous innovation, cutting-edge emerging technology, and a rapidly expanding defense industrial ecosystem as the nation accelerates its journey towards strategic self-reliance. And the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047 Republic brings together the policymakers, defense leaders, innovators, and industry pioneers shaping the future of national security. Join us on 18th of July in New Delhi for Republic Defense Forces First Conclave Bharat, the defense powerhouse, where the spotlight will be on next generation military technologies and tech like advanced defense platforms, indigenous capabilities, and the government and industry partnerships driving India's technological transformation. Stay tuned for insightful conversations, exclusive perspectives, and the ideas that will define the future of India's defense ecosystem. We'll get to that, but it's time for the headlines first. Let's get started. India and Australia signed pact on cybersecurity, technology and supply chains. Boost to India-Australia bilateral ties. Australia launches major crackdown against grooming gangs. 38-year-old man charged with child grooming. Major action against Lawrence Bishnoi. US grand jury files charge sheet against Lawrence Bishnoi and his gang. Iran launches retaliatory strikes. Iranian media claims US bases in Kuwait and Bahrain hit in strikes. Tensions escalate in Rawalkot. Pakistani Rangers and police fires at protesters. Republic investigation forces Meta to issue detailed response on the CSAM content. Meta goes all defensive, refuses to take ownership. Major action against Lawrence Bishnoi gang in the US. Serious charges of murder, extortion, drug trafficking. A US grand jury has filed a charge sheet against Lawrence Bishnoi and his gang. The charge sheet claims that despite being incarcerated, Lawrence Bishnoi continued to run his gang and his network expanded across multiple countries. US authorities claim the Lawrence gang operated across India, US, Canada, UK, Europe and Australia. The gang is accused of involvement in crimes such as murder, shootings, extortion, drug trafficking, kidnapping and human trafficking. So we see these updates coming in, viewers. These are charges, all charges against Lawrence Bishnoi and gang in the US indictment. Bishnoi's gang has evolved into a transnational criminal syndicate with members across US, Canada, UK, Europe, Australia and everywhere.
अब तो डिफेंस का क्षेत्र भी ऐसा है, स्पेस का क्षेत्र ऐसा है, टेक्नोलॉजी का क्षेत्र है और 21वीं सदी जब टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन शताब्दी है तो हम मिलकर के उस क्षेत्र में भी काफ़ी कर सकते हैं। और खुशी की बात है हमारी युवा जनरेशन एक प्रकार से साथ साथ ग्रो कर रही है। जिस तेजी से भारत के युवाओं को यहाँ पर स्वागत सम्मान मिला है, दो देशों की युवा शक्ति का साथ साथ ग्रो होना वो भी दुनिया के लिए यानी इस पूरी सेंचुरी के ऊपर एक बहुत बड़ा पॉजिटिव इम्पैक्ट करने वाली एक बहुत बड़ी प्रयोगशाला बन रहा है ऑस्ट्रेलिया इंडिया का संबंध, जिसके डीएनए में डेमोक्रेसी है, टेक्नोलॉजी सहज स्वभाव है, इनोवेशन के प्रति रुचि है और मैं समझता हूँ टेक्नोलॉजी के प्रति कमिटेड है। ऐसी एक सोसाइटी पूरे विश्व के लिए एक बहुत बड़ा कैटलिक एजेंट का रोल करेगा और ये मैं साफ साफ देख रहा हूँ कि भारत ऑस्ट्रेलिया के संबंधों में से विश्व को बहुत बड़ा लाभ होने की संभावना मैं देख रहा हूँ। एक्सेलेंसी मैरीटाइम सेक्टर और स्पेस, समुद्र और स्पेस, ये दोनों एक बहुत बड़े अवसर के रूप में और बहुत बड़ी चुनौती के रूप में उभर रहे हैं। हमारे पास उसमें सामर्थ्य है, हम मिलजुल करके इस सामर्थ्य को कई गुना बढ़ा सकते हैं। एक्सेलेंसी मैं तो हमेशा बराबर आपको फॉलो करता हूं और उसमें भी आईटी और सोशल मीडिया की दुनिया में जिस प्रकार से आप कानूनों में बदलाव ला रहे हैं, समाज को बचाने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं, वो दुनिया के लिए एक बड़ा इंस्पायरिंग है। हम आपसे बहुत कुछ उसमें से ले रहे हैं, उसको आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं।
Prime Minister Modi speaking there, and he has made two very big points, and he has made it very, very clear that both I repeat, both India and Australia youth are growing together, and space and technology are key to bilateral relations. Now, we have seen that Australia and India have arrived at multiple deals. One was exporting Australian uranium to India, and apart from that, Prime Minister Modi is speaking in Melbourne and speaking about how both the countries are working together. They are close partners, and they will do a lot in other sectors as well. Apart from civil nuclear framework, they're working on technology, space, and a lot more. Let's move ahead, viewers. We're getting more updates coming in. CID to probe the encounter case involving Prabhash Mondal, one of the accused in the Manipur minor girl gang rape and murder case. The investigation will examine the circumstances surrounding the encounter and ascertain whether established legal procedures were followed. The CID's findings are expected to determine the sequence of events and accountability. So big updates coming in here, viewers, on Republic TV. And as we keep getting, viewers, more updates, let's tell you exactly what is happening in this case. CID to probe Barupur rape encounter case. It was a very shocking case which had come in from West Bengal. And let's tell you the context as to what exactly happened there. That it was a shocking case which came out. And after that, a big action was taken. The accused in this case was killed in an encounter, Prabhash Mondal. Now, the CID will probe this rape encounter case as well. They will go ahead and probe it. Prabhash Mondal was the main accused in the Barupur rape and murder case in West Bengal. He was killed in a police encounter. And post that, viewers, we see that there will be some investigation which will be done in this case. The CID will be probing the circumstances of this encounter. Okay, let's go to Pinky. Pinky, I'm coming across to you, joining us live. Pinky is joining us from our Republic Bangla team. Pinky, take our viewers through latest coming in. अभी क्या हो रहा है वहाँ पे? Because CID ये जो encounter हुआ था उसको probe करेगी. And we also saw कि बहुत protest हुए थे इसके ऊपर. This entire case has many angles to decode. Yes, Pinky. Pinky, can you hear me?
बारुईपुर में माइनर चाइल्ड का जो रेप एंड मर्डर हुआ है उसका जो आरोपी प्रभाष मंडल, उनका इनकाउंटर हुआ है। पुलिस का कहना है कि ये जो प्रभाष मंडल, इनको रिकंस्ट्रक्शन के लिए बारुईपुर में जो स्पॉट है, जो प्लेस ऑफ ऑकरेंस है, वहां पर लिया गया था और वहां पर ही पुलिस का रिवॉल्वर छीन के भागने का कोशिश किया ये प्रभाष मंडल और पुलिस को सेल्फ डिफेंस में गोली चलाना पड़ा और वही स्पॉट पर ही मौत हो गया इस प्रभाष मंडल के। इस जो पूरा केस है, इसका लीगल प्रोसीड्यूर क्या होगा, किस हालात में ये सिचुएशन खड़ा हुआ, ये जांच करेगा। अब सीआईडी को ऑफिशियल ये चार्ज दिया गया है कि जो इस एनकाउंटर में थे, जो ऑफिसर्स थे, उनका जो विभागीय इन्वेस्टिगेशन है वो तो चलेगा ही, उसके बाद सीआईडी भी इन्वेस्टिगेशन करेगा कि लीगल प्रोसीड्योर क्या था, किस हालात में ये सिचुएशन क्रिएट हुआ, एडिक्वेट फोर्स उनके साथ थे या नहीं, वीडियोग्राफी हुआ है नहीं, ये सारा जो एंगल है इस एनकाउंटर का ये सीआईडी जांच करके देखेंगे। और आपको ये बता दूं कि वहां पर एनकाउंटर स्पॉट में जो ऑफिसर्स थे, उन सारे ऑफिसर्स को इन्वेस्टिगेशन का अंडर लिया जाएगा और उन लोगों से पूछताछ भी किया जाएगा कि क्या हुआ था, प्रभाष मंडल किनसे रिवॉल्वर छीना, कहां तक भागी थी, और रिकंस्ट्रक्शन, ये जो सिचुएशन है, जिस हालात में एनकाउंटर हुआ है, वो भी सीआईडी रिकंस्ट्रक्शन कर सकते हैं। सीआईडी
investigating and probing this encounter case, like Pinky is telling us, because the police have said that Mondor allegedly snatched the service weapon of a police officer, fired one round at the police team, but the entire case and the entire encounter will be investigated later on by the CID. I want to move ahead, viewers. Getting some more breaking news coming in right now. Let's go to Maharashtra. This is the doctor assault case. Shiv Singh operator Ramesh Matre will be produced in Kalyan court today. That is happening anytime now. So we will be getting our viewers all these updates coming in on Republic TV. So who is Ramesh Matre? He's the Shiv Sena corporator who was arrested allegedly for assaulting doctors over a delay in treating a pregnant woman. And now he will be produced. I repeat, he will be produced later on in the court. We will be getting our viewers all those updates coming in. Let's go to Meenakshi. Meenakshi, we had put out those visuals on a screen showing the assault. And even the Maharashtra government had made it very clear that this Shiv Sena corporator will face the law. And we understand he will be produced in court today very shortly. When will that happen? Meenakshi.
Yes, he has been discharged from hospital after arrest in doctor assault case, as you have rightly mentioned, Shivangi. Shiv Sena corporator Ramesh Matre, who was arrested in connection with the alleged assault on doctor and hospital staff at a civic-run hospital in Dombivli, and has now been discharged. And after discharge, he will be produced in Kalyan Court today at 2 p.m. But the main point is that he allegedly, we have seen on CCTV camera, he allegedly used the power and how he assaulted on doctor and nursing staff. And after his arrest, after 2 days, he was arrested by Vishnunagar police. And after 2 hours of arrest, he was admitted in hospital. And according to police, Matre complained of severe chest pain and was found to be suffering from high blood pressure. And we have seen those videos, those visuals where he was in VIP treatment, and after that many questions has been raised already that Shiv Sena corporator, 3-time corporator, he has been arrested, but after his arrest, why Shiv Sena has not sacked him or suspend him? That is the main question. And after this video surface, we have seen the CCTV video that he assaulted on doctor, lady doctor and nursing staff. After that, there is no clear message from Shiv Sena. So there are lots of questions, and now he will be produced today at Kalyan Court. Shivangi.
That's right. Well, thank you, Meenakshi, for getting us all those details. This is a big update coming in here on Republic TV, viewers. And Ramesh Matre, by the way, had denied assaulting the doctor. He did not show any remorse, but he will be produced later on in Kalyan Court, like my colleague Meenakshi is saying, around 2 p.m. Let's move ahead, viewers, getting us all these details coming in. Let's go ahead. 14 people have been killed and 78 others injured in U.S. strikes across 5 Iranian provinces on Wednesday and Thursday. Now we shift our focus to Iran and U.S. escalation. That is right, viewers. Once again, the situation that we saw for a few months earlier this year is back. U.S. claims that 90 Iranian targets have been hit, and at the same time, Iran has also been striking U.S. bases. 14 killed, 78 injured in U.S. strikes across Iran. Already the fatalities have come in. Yesterday, Donald Trump, the president, said that the ceasefire with Iran is over. Then we saw multiple strikes which are still continuing till today. The U.S. military is saying it has launched a fresh round of strikes on Iran to ensure the Strait of Hormuz remains open to maritime traffic. U.S. airstrikes carried out across Iran over the next 2 days have killed at least 14 people and injured 78 people. Iran's health ministry has said this, and Iran has launched attacks on Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait in response to an earlier wave of U.S. strikes on its territory. Hours later, the U.S. carried out fresh strikes after President Trump said recent Iranian attacks on ships in the Strait of Hormuz showed that the fragile ceasefire had effectively come to an end. All right, getting you some more breaking news coming in, viewers. Iran claims drone strikes on Bahrain, Kuwait and Qatar. Iran's military says it carried out drone strikes targeting U.S. bases in the Gulf about an hour ago. The latest escalation heightened concerns across the West Asia region, and you can see, viewers, very, very clearly that Iran is not backing down. In fact, they said that after the funeral of their slain supreme leader Khomeini was over, they would strike all the US bases and continue their strikes 5 times stronger than before. We also have a video for you. Let's play out that video. All right, so you can see, viewers, that these are some of the videos which have come out. This is Chabahar port struck by the United States. These are a series of videos that we have played out. And remember, all this has been happening in the past 48 hours alone. This is when the situation has really gone out of control. A US military official say that 90 Iranian targets were struck in the latest wave of attacks. US struck the Akteke bridge. So these are back-to-back updates coming in. A lot of these strikes have happened overnight or during night time. Targets include air defense systems, missiles, drone storage facilities, and other military targets. Okay, let's put out more pictures coming in. At the same time, Iran is targeting US bases. So this is coming from Jordan, a ballistic missile attacking US bases. All right, let's go ahead to the next video for you. This is fire hitting IRGC aerospace linked facility. Remember, this is deja vu all over again, because even the first few months of this war, we had seen that America was targeting IRGC facilities and headquarters. So US-Iran war is resuming, and let's go ahead and hear those sounds of explosion. All right, and next, let's put out the next video for you. 5 US 5th Fleet headquarters attacked as well. Like we told you, viewers, that these are headquarters of US defense, and they have been hit. Many of these headquarters, many of these bases, US bases, are in countries like Bahrain, like Jordan, like Kuwait. They are all being targeted by Iran. All right, video number 6 on your screens. US defense systems intercept Iran missiles. So we can see that once again the air defense systems are up from all the countries involved. Many of them have air defense systems. In this case, in Bahrain, the US defense system is intercepting an Iranian missile, which most probably was trying to target a US base in Bahrain. So these are some of the pictures coming in that is showing the latest escalation between Iran and the United States. Okay, viewers, Bahrain's army says it thwarted several Iranian attacks. Now, in a statement, the army said its air defense systems confronted, intercepted, and destroyed a number of treacherous Iranian aerial attacks in the early morning. Now, the announcement comes after Iran's military claimed drone strikes targeting US bases in the Gulf, including in Bahrain, in Kuwait, and Qatar. So, like we told you, viewers, that all these countries like Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, they have their defense systems up. So whenever these Iranian missiles or drones are targeting the US bases specifically, their air defense systems are up and they intercept those missiles or those drones, like you see there on your screen. You can see one missile being fired and the air defense system countering those missiles. So this has been happening as well, viewers. When Trump was asked about the status of the ceasefire, he told yesterday that, for me, the ceasefire is over. Trump says that US representatives can continue negotiations, but he casts doubt on the outcome. He says that Trump says that negotiations can continue, but he thinks the negotiations between Iran and US are nothing more than a waste of time. Getting some more updates coming in. Raptors court has charged a 39-year-old Maryland's man with child grooming offenses after he allegedly engaged in sexually explicit online conversations with officers, posing as a teenage girl, and sent explicit photos on 1st May 2026. Following a search warrant at Maryland's home on 8 July, police seized devices and drugs. He was charged with grooming a child under 16, sending indecent material, procuring a child for sex and drug possession, and was refused bail. Okay, so we're getting some updates coming in, viewers, on Republic TV. Let's go straight across to my colleague, Chandrakala, who is going to get us more updates on this story. Yes, Chandrakala, we see that an Australian man has been charged with grooming a child, and this has been going on for quite a while, but the authorities have finally caught him. Chandrakala.
Yes, in fact, a very, very shocking, yet another shocking incident from Sydney has come to limelight. Now, what we are learning is that the Raptor squad of the NSW police in Sydney has now, charged a 39-year-old Maryland's man, with child grooming offences. Well, this is not just first incident happening in Sydney. There are a lot of such cases of online sexual abuse, child grooming cases that has taken place in the country. Now, this is another such incident, and the authority has now, taken a strict action against this. What you're learning is that this particular investigation was underway since 2 months, and on Friday 1st, 2026 this year, interstate officers assuming the online identity of a teenage girl, a 13-year-old teenage girl, I beg my pardon, a 14-year-old teenage girl.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, thank you. Chandrakala, I really have to take a break right now. I'm really, really sorry, but finally the authorities have caught this man in Australia. He was involved in grooming young children. Taking a short break. Do not go anywhere. We'll put our focus to what is happening in POK as well. Tensions escalate in Rawalakot. The Pakistani Rangers and police fire at the protesters. This is one of the biggest updates coming in here. Do not go anywhere, viewers.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट।
अब बताओ स्वाद आया? असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
First of all, let me qualify by saying that I've spent more than 25 years in that region. I understand. I hope I understand fairly well what is going on there. Number one, there is absolutely no trust between America, Iran, and of course, Israel is on the side of America. Plus, the Gulf nations also do not trust Iran at all. Now, I'll explain to you why I'm saying this. You've heard of a country called Saudi Arabia. Under American pressure, they joined, they signed a defense pact, a strategic defense alliance with Jihadistan, also known as Pakistan, under which some 8,000 Pakistani troops and 1 squadron of those useless Chinese fighter planes are stationed there. The Saudis don't know how to fight, the Iranians do. So the Saudis are hoping that if push comes to shove, if Iran attacks Saudi Arabia, then the Pakistanis will hit Iran. It's a very delicate situation. Now, first of all, I'm coming as an American. I'm wearing my American hat. Here I'm Donald Trump. I said, look, they are cheating us. We are wasting our time. There's no point in discussing anything because they are not serious. They're only trying to prolong the discussions while they rebuild whatever capacity they have lost. So that's the American perspective. And then he blasted NATO, Donald Trump, at the meeting in Ankara, that you guys let us down when we needed you, but it doesn't matter. We'll go it alone. Why doesn't Iran or anybody else understand